Basement again. Hi everyone. If you've just found this channel, my name is Zeos Pantera and I run Z Reviews. Now this is my basement theater. And that screen is 104 inches diagonal, 235:1. So I crop my projector to look like this. Hold on. That is an Epson 5030 UB. By the way, this is a 16:9 BenQ that's just stuck to the back of the rack. And when I watch movies, it crops or displays black. This is mirrored with that. It's a 1080p projector, it's a 1080p screen, and it projects black top and bottom, and I get an ultra-wide experience. And when I'm watching 16:9 content, it's black bars. I'm fine with it. The problem is I built that screen 5 years ago, and I was in a much smaller apartment, and now I have space. So when I moved this home theater from there, well, I guess it's now a basement theater, from there to there, and set it back up, and I knew I was getting these chairs, it didn't really dawn on me that if you sit in the far ends of the chairs, you are actually past the side of that screen, which feels wrong. So, upgrade projector screen time. Actually, I'll take a look at it. This projection screen, when I built it, cost me, when I originally built it, was $700 something, because it actually had motors that lifted it up and held it against the ceiling. This is much simpler than that. This is simply Spandex, which are the price list for everything I'm going to do in this new build, and the build will be in the description. But this was made out of aluminum channel iron, which is Misumi aluminum. It was a competition 80/20, and it goes around, and it only has 4 pieces currently. Obviously, you could do this for much cheaper than $700 if you're not lifting it up. But it's black spandex in the back and ivory spandex in the front, and I use the integrated channels to lock it in with just some pieces of this is just basically hardware store vinyl tubing. You push that in there and it holds the fabric, and it was great, but it's too small. So I could build a larger screen out of more aluminum. I could put it in order for 12-foot lengths, etc. But I thought I'd try to do something a little more DIY and a little bit lighter, because that is a very heavy screen, even without any vertical bracing, because it's very stiff, very sharp edges. So now how do you do that? I was going to do wood, but 2021 and wood is only just finally now coming down, and I wanted to try my hand at something else. So we're going to do a PVC build, and I've got, how many pieces here? 8 pieces, and I don't think you're going to need this many. We're going to find out fully. Here is displaywars.com, where you can put in the exact size and aspect ratio. I'm going to build another 235:1 screen, because I don't watch regular TV as much as I watch movies. And if I do watch regular TV, I kind of don't want it to be giant. I want it to be sort of brought down to a more comfortable size. And if you use Display Wars, you can just put in the value of what you want, and you ignore the actual war part of this. We're currently comparing against a 1-inch 16:9, which no. But it gives you the full dimensions of the screen, height, width, area. The aspect ratio will be inside of that, depending on, so a 16:9. Even with this 150-inch screen, I will still have a 119.8-inch 16:9 content, which is a 120-inch 16:9 screen inside my 150-inch screen. And none of these really matter unless you're really into percentages. So what this calculator allows us to do is figure out exactly in inches, and I think you can switch it to metric if you wanted to. In fact, I should have before I did the calculations, because I am going against my very American thought processes of doing everything in inches, and I'm switching to millimeters for this because I want it to be very accurate, and I keep fucking up fractions. So here's a piece of paper that was on live stream today, and we were discussing it. I was cleaning all the pipes, just rubbing it down with rubbing alcohol, and these aluminum channels. I'm not sure if I could link you to any of these things, but we'll go around. 150-inch 235:1 is 138.02 inches wide, which we could probably ignore the 200ths of an inch. And that equates to 3,511 millimeters wide and 1,492 millimeters high. I know you people are very upset. Millimeters. Oh my God, Zeos, why? Relax. I have every measurement twice on this. So that's 58.73 inches high total. Which is good, because the spandex, by the way, here's the new spandex. You need black for the backing, because you don't want the light to pass through the spandex. It's rather thin. And you don't want it to pass through, hit anything, and bounce back, because you're gonna have weird like lines. And it helps to solidify. Since spandex is rather thin, I tried ordering a thicker variety, and it was just too thick and wouldn't allow sound to pass through. So this will be an acoustically transparent screen. Here is our ivory, and it comes in 60-inch widths, and you can get as many yards long as you want. So since the screen itself is only going to be 58.73 inches wide, and since it is spandex, so it will, you know, stretch to cover almost anything. You could probably have gone with like 160 or 165-inch screen, but I actually set the projector up on the wall itself before that screen was in place and adjusted it to be roughly 150 inches, and then I started moving my chair back and forth just to try to see what made sense, because there can be a thing that's too big a screen. I want to point this out. The reason I'm making this screen is because I want to fit more people in the viewing area and not have it be like, oh, too far to the left, too far to the right. Just make the screen bigger. If I put a screen here, it would have to be 30 feet diagonal. So having a larger screen is going to help with those people. Now, I bought, I think, 4 or 5 yards. I forget, actually. I'll find out and I'll make sure you put it in there. But you can do the math. I mean, where our width is 138 inches, and 138 inches, 144 inches would be 12 feet. So it's got to be 4 yards minimum to put this on there. And the basic process is going to be as follows. I did all the math because I'm going to support the length with 5 internal verticals. So we have the end and the end. And then we're going to cut the pieces along the top into 6 sections. And I have these T-joints here. So it's going to be corner, and corner. And this is sort of the demonstration. This is 1-inch PVC, by the way. And I'm going to assemble it in parts up here, because I don't want to be in the basement the entire time. And I have, you know, massive amounts of floor space here that doesn't have spiders on it. And that'll be good because I don't have to, I can glue parts of it in place so that when I put it in the basement finally, I can use, I'm using this Oatly Fusion single step clear medium PVC cement. So I don't have to clean anything. I'm just gonna go whoop, whoop, and plug things in. These are just temporary on here. After experimentation with this extra piece I had, I will be needing to sand down the edges of anything I want to install because it gets real rough. And I've actually calculated out to the millimeter how far the pipe can go inside all these connectors. And that's important because we're trying to keep that golden aspect ratio. So the measurements I currently have are each pipe length for these 6 things will have to be 543 millimeters or 21.38 inches. And then the verticals, taking up the size that this is going to go into the pipe plus the height of this, is going to be 1,416 millimeters or 55 3/4 inches for those lengths. And then that will add on to the full 58.73. So basically, I need to cut 7 of these verticals identical, and then 12 of these extra pieces identical, and then figure out a way to assemble them so that they aren't twisted. That's another problem, is that if you put it together like that, and then you try to put it together, it's all a mess, especially if you've glued it. That's bad. So all of these are made in America, which is nice. Put that down, put this down. That's basically it for the pipe frame. And now here's where it gets interesting. If I had it together like this, and I try to wrap that in fabric, you're gonna get the waves of the up and down of the pipe fitting itself. Plus, I don't think this rounded edge is gonna look very good for a movie. So what I've done is I bought another additional, I think these are 6 8-foot lengths of 1/16 thickness, 8-foot length, 1-inch aluminum channel irons, which look like this. And the job of that is going to be, or what we're going to try to figure out how to do, because I haven't decided yet and this video is going to be edited, is after I build the PVC pipe frame, I'm going to wrap the entire perimeter like that, so that there will be a defined top flat edge and a front edge that the fabric will come over, and it shouldn't touch any of the PVC at all the way down to the bottom, where there'll be another piece of this. Now, my friend Dan, who's appeared in this channel before, is a 3D printing guru and sort of enthusiast, or what's worse than enthusiast? Evangelist. He's a 3D printing evangelist, and I have that Neptune 2 over there. I also have the The other one that'll do ABS, so I want to do that. So he's said, why don't I build or 3D print clips that will clip just around the radius of the pipe and allow me to just slide this aluminum into that clip we've just done. And then you can just hot glue, tack it with hot glue or any sort of glue you want so that everything just stays perfectly together. And then you could even have those because the final problem is once you get the frame built and get these aluminum mounted, which by the way, I did not take the aluminum into consideration with the overall size of the screen. Since it's only a 1/16 of an inch and it's gonna go around the entire screen, it shouldn't affect the ratio to make it 235 to 1. It won't be extra wide or extra tall. It'll just be slightly bigger than 150 inches. But the problem is gonna come when I try to manhandle 2 layers of spandex around this frame and hold it taut. So what's in our heads currently, and that might change by the end of this video when it's finished, is some sort of, in the clip systems that are going to clip the aluminum onto the PVC, because I don't really have enough, it doesn't line up quite perfectly enough that I could just do small drill taps and tap this in place. I probably could. I'd rather just go clip, 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 clip with 3D printed clips. Those clips can also, once they're glued in place and can hold sort of strength, when the fabric comes around the top, I can get binder clips. I'll link binder clips in the description regardless, so you know what they look like. The little tiny ones. And if there's just a vertical member of the 3D print, I can just wrap the fabric over it and binder clip on every single one of those things around the entire screen, which will then hold everything in tension. And another nice thing about using spandex is, since it is stretchy, you can just do the entire top, do one side, and then pull and tension as you're going. And in the 5 years I own that other screen down the basement, which is a system, I've only had to retension the screen once. So I just literally, when I took it apart to move to this house, when we put it back together, we put the top and the side, we pulled the side, retensioned it, put it in there, sliced off the excess, did the same to the bottom. So the spandex will stretch. I don't know what the actual ratio is, but there it is, and it'll go like that. So you can stretch this pretty good. And there is the chance of a moire pattern. With only a 1080p projector at this sort of size, the pixels will be pretty large, and it will not match up with what's on this material, which I've been keeping off the floor. I don't want to get it too messed up. When I do eventually do the screen wrap in the basement, I will probably lay down a clean tarp, lay it all on its face, and then do all the clipping behind, and then we'll stand it up. It will also just be hung from the ceiling. One of the things about that aluminum screen, it either needed the mechanical bit to hold it up, or currently there's that 42U skeleton rack, and it's just hanging on a shelf, because the thing weighs quite a bit. I wouldn't want to have that so I could lift it up like a doorway to get underneath it. Where this one, I will want to lift up like a doorway so I can get underneath it. And being made out of all the PVC with some very, very lightweight aluminum and very, very lightweight spandex should only make the screen weigh 40 pounds, maybe. I'm assuming that weight, by the way. Once we cut off the excess, because I figured out that since the lengths are only going to be 55 inches, and these are 10-foot lengths of 1-inch pipe, we can totally fit that. I can cut these. This is going to be half of this pipe. So this is 1, 2, 3 is 6 verticals. Half of this is a 7th vertical, and then the top and bottom will be made out of these other 4 and whatever's left over, which obviously we're cutting into 21.38-inch sections. So I could actually do the math. Once I have everything cut, I could just throw it all on a scale and tell you what that weighs, and then tell you how much ever we're using of this, because these are 8-foot lengths and these are 10-foot lengths. So it'll be solid verticals for the side, and then 2 each on the top. I don't know if I would do the actual cuts on the dead center. I might, just so they rest on the center. And for those of you asking, well, what are you doing with the center support? Because you could do an odd number of support. I'm doing an odd number. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which means this 4th one is dead center of the acoustically transparent screen. You can't put a speaker behind it. I argue that you absolutely could, and it probably wouldn't be affected by a 1-inch pipe in the way of it. But I'm more likely going to have a pair of speakers back there to act as a center channel, just because the screen is so large. I don't want to try to have everything focused on one point, because I'm personally annoyed by sitting somewhere, and there's a center channel there, for example. If I'm sitting here watching a movie, and that's the only screen, that makes sense. But if the screen extends 8 feet to the left of that, and someone's talking on it on the left-hand side of the screen or the right-hand side of the screen, one speaker does not give me that effect of like where they're speaking from. So even if 2 speakers will give me a slight narrowing of where perfect sounds, it will at least cover the center channel through the entire size of the screen. And I could also move that speaker further and further back to give myself sort of the illusion of distance. It doesn't have to be right against the screen where the 1-inch pipe is touching the tweeter like this. It could be, you know, right now there's no delineation where the screen's going. It could be 2 feet away, 3 feet away. So yeah, so the next step, now that I have all these numbers crunched and pushed through Alexa, so I know exactly how far pipes can go into this versus the distance to the back, so where everything's gonna go, I can start cutting up pieces of PVC, which I'm probably not gonna do today, but when I turn this camera back on, we'll be somewhere either out of on the veranda or in the garage or in the basement with my little chop saw, and we're just gonna chop everything up and then start sanding. So let's get to work with that. Hi, next day, haven't done much, but I did build this. Basically, I took one of my hole saws. I don't remember which size, but whatever size is slightly larger than the 1-inch pipe. And then I filled it with foam, so we'd have a soft pressure against the outside of this sandpaper, which I've wrapped around, cut, folded in, did a zip tie thing. So now I can just go and sand the ends nice so we can put them in here. And that's good because I calculated out I'm gonna need 38 ends sanded, and sanding them by hand, oh, that's very tight still. Oh. A little more on that. Once you use this stuff on it, it should slide in a little fine, but I wanna make sure I get all the way because I'm cutting exact lengths, and if it doesn't go in all the way to the stop, then I'm gonna have to recalculate or cut the end of the pipe, you know, to compensate for that. So I really needed to get it all the way. So sanding thing is going to be good, and then we'll see how it goes when I do a test glue. All right, several days later, there's your wallpaper, by the way, because it's sheer. I got all the clips I think I'm gonna use, although I still haven't designed a 3D printed thing. These are the clips I'm talking about to hold the screen in place. And I put my saw outside. So let's go cut some of these numbers up. The numbers that are important numbers. Oh, Jesus Christ, I hope they're the right numbers. We'll go outside in a second. I brought an extra piece because I want to try this glue out. I'm going to try it on a non-sanded end, and then I'm going to sand this end with the machine and then see how that goes. I have one extra piece so I could check twice just to see how, if it lubricates it up to slide in enough. I just want to know how this stuff's going to work before I use it. And we're going to take a pipe outside and we're going to look at, we'll do the long ones, 1,416 millimeters. So, sorry I'm holding the camera, I'm currently live streaming. 1416, remember that, internet. Can I do this with the pipe? Like a boss. Okay, so, what I've got out here is a wooden bench, a crappy little 7 1/4-inch chop saw, and then this piece of wood that used to hold up my shifter on my sim racing cockpit. And this is going to be my stop. So it's got screws that are going to be screwed into the bench. So that this is screwed down to the bench, that'll be screwed down to the bench. I've got to cut 7 times identical lengths. I don't have to measure except for once. So I'm going to put this here, and once we figure out exactly the 1,416, I'm going to screw that in place, and then I'm just going to go feed it, hit the wall, cut. Feed it, hit the wall, cut. Let's do that now. Okay, I spent a good deal of time measuring between the blade, the back end of the blade, and this vertical. This should be exactly 1,416 millimeters. We're going to find out by giving our first cut by just doing that. And as long as I could just smash it against this piece of wood, I should be able to cut that consistently 7 times. Luckily, I have enough pipe to cut 8 times. So this first cut, which I will do now while holding the camera with one hand, we can measure this. As you can tell, I'm doing this while holding the camera and not mounted to my head. I apologize. Okay, so this came out about 3 millimeters short, which is fine because as long as the overall length is correct. And I don't know if I'm gonna be able to absolutely max those things into the connectors. So either I consistently cut them all, as long as they're consistently length, I can fix it. Of course, the ability to adjust this would be hammer this over basically a little bit, because these are large holes and there's one peg, so I just go and pop that over like a millimeter or so, and then do the next one. Oh, it's a big bird. So we'll call that one our test piece, and we'll see how well we do with the rest of these. And then I'll do the same with the short one, and then we'll start sanding. Here's 5. Here are the other 7. They all measure exactly 543 millimeters, which let me tell you is easier. Now I want to kind of blow these out because they tend to just get shit stuck inside of them. I could do that with a can of air or something. And I have at least, how much in reserve? Spoopers. Spoopers is a sun cat. Spoopers, I have 2 full pieces left, so I overbought by a lot. But you know, you never can go wrong with extra pieces. So now we should have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 verticals. Should be all cut and done. Now the aluminum I'm not going to cut until I get the screen actually built and in place, because I want to cut this. I don't want to guesstimate on this. I know the verticals I could probably do for the edges, but the pieces on top are going to need 2 that intersect. I'm not sure where I'm doing that yet, so those will have to wait. But for now, let's get our pipes inside and blow them out. So now that we've officially cut all our pipes, I'm going to do a test fit on 2 pieces of scrap and the only 1-inch connector that I don't need, because I have 4 corners and I don't need a 5th corner. So, goddamn son. I have the 2 pieces. One I'm going to leave without doing anything to the end. The other I'm going to do this to. Because there's a chamfer the ends on this, which I have to open this up with a pliers because it is extremely tight. Oh my God, I don't want to break this can. Put that there. So I don't know how this stuff works. I mean, I know how it works. I read the instructions. I don't know how it smells. Usually, you just roll around the edges and plug it in. I want to know exactly how much lubrication this is going to give me, because this gets about halfway, and then I'm afraid to put it anymore, it might get stuck. So let's see how that works once I've added this gnarly stuff. And you don't want to get it on the lid or you'll never get it off. So it's basically, that is a lot of, it's very gel-like. Oh, straight in all the way without even doing anything, which means I might be able to get away with not using my amazing sanding adapter for every single piece. There is a lot of run over though. I'll show you if I can do that with far less on this next pass. Where's my other piece of extra pipe? This is a bunch of scrap pipe I just had. So let's see if I wipe off and I just gently go around once. It's a little better. It doesn't smell as bad as I thought it was. The E in the Charlotte is probably where I want to be. Yep, we're definitely there. Got a little bit on my hands. Do not want that. So yeah, that's it. And if we wipe the excess, we should be fine. Which it is taking off the ink on the pipe. So that's a good test. I think I can actually get a flashlight. Where's my good flashlight? Oh, I'll just use God's flashlight. Hold on. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, we are all the way in. This thing smells, by the way. Actually, it smells kind of like cherry, which I don't think it's a good thing. So what my plan is to build multiple sections. Guess what? That's it. Oh, that's it. That is literally it. That is not coming out ever. I wanted to know what my working time was. I figured I'd give it a minute or 30 seconds. So there is no working time. It's 0 working time, which means you fuck it up, you have seconds to unfuck it up. So just be prepared for that. I luckily do have lots more pipe. I unluckily don't have any extra tees, and now don't have any extra elbows because I used it for that test, and I needed to do that test, and well, I should have bought a couple extra, but they came in 5 packs. What do you want from me? Anyway, so the way I'm going to assemble this is I'm going to assemble the T-junctions. A piece like this with 2 of the lengths on it. Because my biggest concern, I can't just put the T, I could just take a pipe like this and put the 2 T's on and hopefully it's straight. But if these are off kilter like this much, even the smallest amount, when I go to assemble them one after the other, it's going to be bad news. So what I'm going to end up doing is I'll get a hard piece of wood, put this down on it, assemble this into it first, and I'll do both of them like that, so that when I lay this on the floor over here, I'll lay out some of this paper so I don't make a mess on my floor. This way it is guaranteed to have that much to stabilize the lay down so that they're parallel. And then I'm going to have basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 C shape or U shapes where these are coming out the side. And then the last straight piece, I'm going to have to take some of my scrap and extend them just temporarily so that I can get that perfectly straight, because that is going to be just elbows and a straight and an elbow. And once I have all that together, then we should be ready to go bring this to the basement and do the final assembly. Now, that does not mean anything until we have the 3D printed parts that are going to clip on. And actually, I'll glue them in place with this. If the PVC doesn't melt, if the printable mediums don't melt, which I could actually check by trying to glue the broken, I mean, if I use PLA, here's the PLA lady I printed out. She came out fine. This other one, her arms broke off because it wasn't hot enough. I could just attempt to glue her arms back on with that PVC glue and see what it does. Because, I mean, just because it says it's for PVC pipe doesn't mean it isn't glue. So I like to find out. So I think we're pretty much done with all the schematic work. I haven't done anything to do with the aluminum yet. So that'll be another, that's going to be its own thing. Once this is assembled, and honestly, it could be assembled and hanging. Although it'd be hard to do that. Then I'll worry about the aluminum as the fitment. Will be perfectly custom for that. And then it's figuring out the 3D printed parts so you either hold that and the fabric all at once. So I'm going to glue, just like you just saw. Well, actually, I don't know if I have to sand it, but I'm going to anyway. At least for these, I built the tool, so I may as well just give all of these a nice reaming, although it's actually a negative ream. I don't want to keep my, this is the final fabric, keep that away and preferably closed. I could actually do all this on the table if I'm good about it. Take them out one at a time. Because this doesn't really make any dust. We're just scuffing it so it holds the glue better. 1, out, in. Yeah, you could feel it. It's not. All right, well, I've got a lot more of those to do, and then I'll be back. Okay, so as I go and get the hammer to start assembling all this, because I want to get it in place, glue it, and then hammer it into position, or hammer it into position with the a Tavi soft mallet. I love this thing because it's literally the silicone. You can just beat on things and it doesn't leave any, it's non-marring. I came to the realization that it's going to really suck if I have to take this apart. Like, and by suck, I mean I literally can't, because everything's going to be glued together. And it's so hard to get these things on and off. What I might do is I might, let me see, how would I do this? I might glue only a few of the sections together, like these 4 on the outside, where it's going to be hung from. And then I might do this center section and then leave these 4 unglued. Just pressure them together. This way, should I ever need to get it apart, I don't believe it's going to come apart. I could just always drill and tap, get it in as far as I can, and just drill a screw in there if it's gonna get loose, which I don't think it's going to. But that would allow me to take it apart and store it in a corner instead of like having this 150-inch permanent thing that's like cut pieces, because there's no undoing the glue. So we're gonna see mentally how much I want to put together. Yeah, because I feel like some of it needs to be glued, like for structural reasons. I just want to know, maybe I'll do 3 sections. Maybe I'll do 1, 2, 3. This way if I need to take it apart, it just comes apart in 3 sections. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. So right now I'm filling up a bath, so I'm gonna take a bath, and then I'm gonna come out all clean and stress-free, and we'll assemble at least some of this and see how we're gonna do it. All right, let's hammer some stuff with a hammer. I'm not doing it on the table, I'm gonna do it on the floor. And I realized that because the biggest concern is that the verticals, if these have a twist in them slightly and it's in and out, that'll ruin the screen, except I'm gonna have the aluminum that is perfectly straight. I don't have to strap the aluminum tight to it. So if there is a little bit of a wavering in the way the PVC lines up, the aluminum can just take up that slack. Hopefully, unless it's like a complete convex and it's completely screwed. So let's just take one of these. I guess anyone will do. I will just hammer an end on. I'm gonna go very light with this glue. Even if I'm gluing it, I'm gonna go very light with it. There's literally no need to, we're not actually holding in liquids, which is what this glue is intended to do. Like literally two little spots right there. Put this baby on. If we can twist it down entirely like that, and I'm actually gonna dent my floor properly. Oh, you can see see how soft the floor is? This pattern, that's old dents when I was rolling the chair around doing the Deconi pad swap video. See, I could literally see in there, and we are bottomed out. Now the problem is I can't just flip this over and do the other side because there's no way I can get it parallel. So what I have to do is I have to, now that that's glued, and actually we still have some leaking out. I have to get, excuse the mess, shopping occurred. Oh, I have paper towel. I have one of those dryer sheets. There we go. Once I do this, I got to do this to 5 of them. And then once I do that, then I can stick the, oh, don't glue that to anything. I need to do 2 of them with elbows. So I need to make 5 of these, and then we'll worry about going the other direction. I guess I'll just put this here over the bucket in case there's any dripping. Let's just do one more on camera, because why not? This is a nice and easy part, because I could actually see what's going on, and I'm not worried about anything lining up, as long as it's completely encompassing the elbow, which just does help lubricate the elbow a little bit. Yeah, that's on there. That is on there as it's gonna get. I did just touch the glue with my fingertips, so that's great. Try not to touch I should be probably wearing gloves for this, but I'll do the rest of these off camera. Oh, the OCD-er in me realized something a little too late, but that's fine. I could have made it so that the T's all line up with the lettering in one direction, and it wouldn't, so this way it hides a bit. I don't care. If you're OCD, you have to learn to not care. That's the key. So now, all 7 verticals have at least one side completed. And as we discovered with that one, it's cured immediately. So the first one I put on there is never coming off. This was the test piece I did the other day. This will hold water for infinite amounts of days. So, but you just use that to hammer. Now the hard part comes, where we have to put the other sides on, but parallel. So what we're gonna have to do, I'm gonna wipe all these ends down. We are going to have to attach now these, because again, that didn't matter, just put it on, nothing affects it. This won't matter. I'm gonna put one of these in all of those, and it wouldn't affect, I actually don't have to put it in one of them, because 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to figure out what I'm gluing and not gluing and how many I'm gluing, because yeah, let me do the math on what I'm gluing and not gluing, but I'm basically just gonna take one here, let's say the first one. So I put them in order, and this one's wiped. Once I get this mounted in here, Yeah, this won't matter. Okay, just gonna give this. Actually, you can wipe inside of this too, if you don't want to wipe the actual, which that might actually be better since we're not gonna get. I felt that come to a stop. All right, we're in all the way. The problem with this is if you twist it in and it goes, and it gets stiff like it just did, you have to get it in. You have to hammer it. And use the sun, the power of the sun. Yeah, okay, we're all the way in. So it actually is better to put the glue on the inside because then you don't have it slide out like it was doing off the pipe. However, that seems to grip it a little bit harder and faster. So now with this particular one, I could put the other side on it because we're gonna have to lay it down on the floor, or I'm gonna have to do this is what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to do this first. Put this, doop, and then bring this over, scoop de whoop, whoop. Yes, that's all the way in. That's in there forever. So now that I have this piece together and that piece together and that piece together, it won't end up like this because I'm gonna put it together on the floor and it's literally just gonna rest. And even though that's up slightly higher, that's touching the floor, this will be up slightly. Let's just put one together. Let's just do it. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be impossible to hammer this, isn't it? See, that's the only concern I have, is I can't line it up and hammer it unless I put, the only way to do that, let me put that back in the liquid, is if I bring this over here. Please don't tell anyone I did this. If I put this against something like that, and hopefully that's strong enough to hammer against, and then I should be able to get it there and just hammer horizontally. So I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna do a little bit of this, just a whittle bit, a whittle baby bit, and get down on our knees. Nope, bad. Oh, this is much harder than I thought. Okay, come on. There it is, okay. We're, wow, did not think that would be that hard, but that is pretty much parallel. Look, we're up like 1/8 of an inch over here, and there's no way to fix that. Did we get in all the way? We did get in all the way at least. Yeah, once this stuff touches, you are done. So, I mean, that's gonna make it a little more interesting. You definitely have to be on the floor. I could just see. So we just gotta make sure the next ones, if you just eyeball the parallel against the other one, you could just see that this side is up a little bit. But it's not enough that it's like the tension's gonna ruin it. She's just gonna wiggle in place by the time we have 6 of these. So there's the height of the screen, by the way. That is a big boy screen. Now we just need to do that a bunch more times, except remembering not to do it all the way. We don't want to build, we want to build maybe one more and then across. I'll do math, give me a second. Okay, what I've decided to do is, if you look at the paperwork, we have multiple grids. I had described this already. I'm going to assemble this center section as one piece. So I've already got 2 C's. I'm going to combine those 2 C's, then we're going to assemble another one of those into it. So 3 verticals with 4 joints total. Then we'll do these other ones. We'll have just the pipes sticking off, unglued. So we'll leave 4 sections unglued. So if you're going to watch me do this, because this has to be done sort of standing up, I'm basically just going to pick this one up, glue that end and glue this end, put them in at the same time, which feels like a terrible idea, especially since I can't guarantee this is going to stand up. I'm going to put some there. Now it's guaranteed it won't fall down and ruin my day. I mean, nothing's guaranteed to not ruin my day. So I think I'm going to go Yeah, I have to do these at the same time. Otherwise, we can't guarantee they'll line up. So at least I have to get, and I can't drop one in until I get them both in. So hammer time. Also, this is the point where I can't visually check to see if I got that in all the way. And again, it would have been fantastic of me, and maybe you in the future could literally just take this and mark every pipe at the 22 millimeter mark to see if you've got it in far enough. I'm already too far along and it doesn't really matter to me, but I mean, you don't have to be that precise. I think we'll find out. So I need to take, we've got this many. I need to now complete the bottom of that. Well, that should be done. Like that's dried and ready to go. We could hang off of this section. So now the thing is to add this last leg of it, which means I have to hammer that on there and hammer this on here. Wow, that's gonna be interesting. Because I mean, I guess, you know what I can do? All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna take this piece, I'm just gonna twist it in just manually, just enough to get it to like give me a lock but not be glued in, and then I'll do the same with the other end, and we'll put it together just like I had been putting it together. Just want to make sure I can take these out because I'm going to be putting them on this. So this, the way I did this off camera is I put it against the leg of the chair. This chair is a big heavy bastard that doesn't move. There. And yes, this way. I'm just triple checking. I'm quadruple and triple, well, actually I'm quadruple and triple checking. That's 7 checks. So, don't want a lot of glue. I'm gonna do a little dance. And what I'm gonna do is I'm literally gonna lay it down completely on the floor next to it, and then push it on a little bit, and then hammer the crap out of it. We are in all the way, good. And by just sitting on the floor, you can see that is as parallel as my floor is, which is good. So stand this up. I want to give it an extra wrap. That's fine, that's supposed to fall out. That means this one's gonna come out too. So we're gonna put it on the end of this. Now, we're basically gonna go back and do the exact same thing we did before. I guess we could do it here. Wow, that's standing up. It's free floating standing up. Oh God, my floor is slippery. I'll put this over here just to guarantee it doesn't fall forward on me. And it shouldn't matter which way this goes. We are going to do that same thing and beat it with a hammer. Don't forget what your hammer is as you beat things with a hammer. This particular hammer. I would not recommend this with a metal hammer or even a soft blow hammer, like a dead blow hammer. This hammer, a Tavi hammer. The hammer, if I beat you to death with this, it'd be the most comfortable death ever. All right. A little bit there. A little bit there. Get the prayer on. Line up. Line up. You hear the sound change? That's the sound changing. That's all the way. And that's all the way. Okay, so here is our center section of screen where the center channel speakers will probably be located. That's 1/3 of its full area. We're gonna go out and build now the ends using these and these. And we're gonna make sure not to glue for the parts that enter into this. Will not be glued, no glue. If I have to, I will drill and screw so I can unscrew and pull the pipes out. Although I think just tension's gonna hold it just fine. We'll find out when I'm hanging it from the ceiling, because I was probably gonna hang it from the ends and therefore making that more difficult. Yeah, no, I'm gonna just continue. You'll see where I am in a minute. Hold on. And now we enter the fun part, and by fun part I mean absolutely I don't understand how to do this, and it's gonna be atrocious. Where we have to put the ends on. The end caps are very important and have to be straight. So we have this pipe with one end cap glued on, which we have to attach. I've made the 2 giant staples. All the T-joints have been glued and touched and are done. We're now gonna put the end on this, which I have to do, wow, I have to glue it in 3 places at once. And it has to be on a way that's standing up that's very unstable. So, I mean, I could probably do this laying down, but then I won't be able to hammer it. I definitely want to hammer this because the final width of the screen dimension is going to be dependent on this. So I can't even use the chair like I was to stand up on it. Well, actually, you know what? I probably can. Wait, I might wait. I'm changing this. Changing my attack. My attack is now changing. We're going to stand this up like we did the last ones. Actually, I did this over there. See, what I want to do is, because this is completed, this is glued, and this could be the end that goes into the rest of the screen like that to complete it. So what I could do is complete the loop, which solely for the purpose of bringing the work surface taller and more stable, where I can actually, you know, do this to stabilize it against something so I could work on it without it falling over, might be the way to go. So what I'm going to have to do is put verticals in, put in the last 4 verticals, 2 here and 2 on those. And see, my only problem with putting the verticals in is there's no way to guarantee it's going to be parallel like it is with the other one. I could lay it on the floor, but I don't think that's going to work. I think we're going to have to just go with our gut and our hammer and eyeball this, because laying it down won't be happy because it's going to be a fatter part in the middle. It'll rock because it's not like the other side where it's matched the other side. We have a lot of weight. It's going to cause it to tilt up, and then it's not going to be flat, and then it's going to be terrible. So instead of talking a lot about it, I'm just going to do it. We're going to make some big eyes. Also hitting bottom. I could actually, you know what? That's the best way to do it. Look right through it. If you look right through it, which you can because you're on camera, you can see the tunnel and how it's arcing. And it actually won't probably ever be perfectly parallel, but as long as it's only tilting up and down, because the next time we attach it to something, it'll bend this way. We don't want any flex this way. We don't mind flex this way. So that's one. Let's keep going. Come around to this side of the world. Sunset, beautiful. Give a little bit of... This glue smells really good, which is bad, and you don't want to glue that smells good. By the way, that's a red flag. You can pick it up a little bit and look down. That's perfectly straight. That's it. I'm just gonna give another hit. I think we are as far down as it'll go. Yeah, that's perfectly straight. I'm getting thrown off by the shadow. Kind of looks like a what's it called in the moon. So let's do the next one. Well, I'm going to do the next one. The letter I. We actually have 2 of the letter I's. So now the hard part comes, but it's up where we're working and not on the floor and bent over doing weird things. So the goal is going to be to glue this side down at the same time I am gluing not only this way to assume parallel, but down as well. So this is going to be a hard journey. I'm going to have to squeeze this also. Can I reach both of these? I can, because I'm trying to think if I want to get this on end to hammer down. I think hammering this way is more important than hammering vertically. Although it probably isn't. Both of these are very important directions. Oh, you know what I can do? Wait a second, I just realized something. I remember what I said earlier when I started recording this video. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 2 pieces of scrap. I'll do the parallel thing like I've done before, with a piece of scrap that I won't attach. So I'll just put one of these in here. This is the glued end. Just, that's enough. And I would have had this glued, but we're not doing that. I'm just gonna screw that in. And now we'll go down the floor. Same business, because this will help us get that angle right. Then I won't have to worry about so many damn modes of it. Oh God, glue everywhere, glue everywhere. That's bad glue too. It smells real nice. Okay, give that a push. Lay this down straight on. And then hammer, 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 hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. I'm trying not to lift it up off the... Oh God. Oh God, I fucked it. There we go. Okay, no, that's not it. That it? All right, we're real close. I picked it up too soon, or I hammered it and I twisted it. Oh, when I pushed it against the chair, it lifted up off the ground. Because it's a T, it's not a T, it's an elbow. So be careful with that. So those are both officially touching the ground. That's level. I can actually check if I'm in all the way, because this is just temporary. We are, I'm gonna give it a hammer. That one fell out. I think that's in all the way. I don't remember what the elbows look like. No, we're up a slight amount. Almost. Oh yeah, we're definitely up. Maybe 1/8 of an inch. Oh, that's bad news. That's bad news, bears. Oh. All right, well, all our perfect planning has gone to shit. There's no way to cut that off. There's no way to take it off. It's done. That's in. So this is going to be slightly longer. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, that almost did something. Which part of my floor can I damage with cardboard is? Huh, that worked. I guess it wasn't cured, unless that was the wrong side. We did it. Just violence. What do the founding fathers of Hiroshima have to say about that? Mrs. Sanchez, what the hell was her name in that movie? If you don't know what movie I'm referencing, that's a great fucking movie. Wow. Did it rotate, though, is the question. Because I just beat the crap out of it. We're gonna find out. Okay, so I'm so glad that that worked, and yet horrified that I had to do it. It's gonna make this seem like light work. And on. Light hammer, hammer. Heavy hammer, hammer. Hammer, 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 hammer. Hammer, 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 hammer. When you hear the sound change, you know you're on all the way. Okay. So now here are my other sections. Parallel, good. Parallel, good. Let's just do that one more time. I think we're gonna film that entirely because fuck, I need it for the stress relief. And then we're gonna move on to, I guess the next step is designing the 3D clips, which I haven't done. My friend's gonna stop by tomorrow. We'll talk to him about it. Dan, you all know Dan. I really should get that off of there. Just a piece of crap, any piece of crap that I could remove glue with. Don't put it on my skin, just get rid of it. Of course the garbage pail is covered with something that I like and don't want to cover with glue. That's life though. So now I got to figure out how to do this without it lifting up like it just was. I may have to go against that piece of furniture, which I'd rather not do, or the fireplace, which is made out of stone, which won't care if I push against it, ever. A little bit of this, a little of this, boo-boo. Floor, lift, well, flat, push hard, hammer, 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 hammer. It's really hard to... All right, that's level and parallel. I'm gonna do my patented beat it against the floor technique right now, as just because that is seated all the way. That was seated all the way. We are given, I'm gonna eyeball that. We look close. Okay, I'm gonna go straight into this. No, I'm not. Hammers on the floor. Need one of these attached to my hip. The more I figured out, the more glue you add, the more slippery it is and the better it'll go on. However, the more glue you add, the more glue you add. So if you fuck up and you try to undo, you are not going to be able to. That's, come on. Oh Jesus, that slipped off. Bad news. Am I straight? Is there a twist? Laying this down. No. Why is that bent out? Huh. I don't think that's my fault, but this is just slightly bent this way. It's bowing a little bit. I'm sure that's just a natural PVC having some bends from being a factory, because it's, that end is perfect. I'd rather have the very end be perfect 100% and this have a weird curve, because I can always put the curve to the back. In fact, I have to eyeball these, and if any of them show that sort of like natural bend, I gotta mark it with a marker that says, you know, screen side. So if this is the screen side, because that's a bend away from the screen, you don't want it bending into the screen. That's gonna ruin your day. Then you're gonna have to figure out a way to make the aluminum come out to take up the slack so it doesn't see this hitting it, the ribs hitting it. But we should, this is it. Let's go set them up on the wall here. There's one end. There's another end. And the centerpiece. And we'll give our, I don't want to assemble it fully here by hammering it all the way, because I have a feeling it's going to be very difficult. I might actually take these ends, really sand them down so that I don't get stuck. I'll just touch it to the end. Rest there. Because I want these to be able to pull out without issue. And then I'll actually actively put screws in it. So there, that is a fucking huge screen, holy Lord. So yeah, there it is. It'll be probably an inch less because I haven't plunged these in all the way. Let's give a measurement, let's give a rough measurement. It won't be 100% accurate, but it'll be accurate enough. And did I lose my good tape measure? Did I lose all my tape measures? No, there we go. Well, we're gonna check the height. The height should be, and this is in inches and centimeters, the height total should be 58.73 or 1,492. Columbus sailed the ocean blue, so we are at 58 and about 7/8 there, but it could be because of the bend on the floor. 58 and, oh, that's 3/4. 58 and that's 3/4. 58 and that's 3/4. 58 and slightly more than 3/4. 58 and slightly more than 3/4. 58 and slightly more than 3/4 and 58 and 3/4. So that's not bad. We're talking about maybe a variation of a 1/16 of an inch more on these 3 verticals, which I could take up with any number of tricks with the thing. Although really, we're talking about like 2.5 millimeters. I'm gonna give you in millimeters for you people who are metric freaks. Metric freaks like me. 1,495. 1,495. 1,493. So there you go. We need 1,492. So we vary 2 millimeters in the height, and our width needs to be a total of 138 inches or 138 inches. Fuck it. You guys can do the math. The question is, how am I going to hold this? There's a smart way to do this, and I don't know what it is. Oh, I know what it is. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to slide this over. Please don't fall over on the wall. I'm going to use this vertical, which has a square edge, and then I'm going to, oh, you know, I'm just going to do that up there. 140 inches, which is what I say, 138 even? Did I say 138 even? Ooh, another thing that I just realized. That's a good idea. So we're looking at 140 without the pieces pushed in all the way. So I'll have to do the math because there's no way we're going to take up that width. We need to be 2 inches narrower than it is right now. I might get an inch putting it in. What I can do, since I haven't glued it all together, is since these just come off, I can just chop off as much of this as I need to adjust the final width. Or I could, see, I need to get it shorter. I'd rather have it slightly too short, and then I could always put the metal trim slightly further out. But if it's too bulky width-wise, it's too bulky width-wise. Let's see, if I push this, how far in will this? Yeah, these probably have about a 1/2 inch to go. So we got that twice, that's an inch. So I may have to trim those 4 end pieces, which now that they're attached to entire sections will mean probably a handsaw or very precariously chopped saw with a friend holding it, just to get it nice and straight. Because once I could chop off a 1/4 inch, a 1/4 inch, a 1/4 inch, a 1/4 inch, and then we have another 1/2 inch space. If any other inch space, we'll figure it out. But I'd rather have it too big than too small right now, because it's easier to cut those pieces and to add them on. So that's the current shape of the screen. There's the fabric. I'm going to close this glue because I could tell kids are huffing this as we speak. Putting this away, I can put these pipes away. We shouldn't need any more pipes. I shouldn't need to make any repairs. Giant screen is doing well. I am lined up there, right? Yep, that was an accurate measurement. So it's 2 inches wider right now than it should be, but we're going to push it all together. It'll probably compress 3/4 of an inch, 3/4 to an inch. So it'll be 1 inch too big, and then I'll have to cut and trim. It's just probably the gaps between all those things for me measuring. It wasn't perfect. All right, I'll be back. We'll be doing more screen stuff. Okay, so experiment time. Sconces. So I decided to hang this up there for 2 reasons. 1, just to see how big it looked, and 2, to test this. The actual flex of the entire length, because I was planning on just attaching on the far ends and hanging it that way. But it is sort of sagging. I was gonna put it on a scale and weigh it all. I was gonna take it off in sections. So what I think I'm gonna have to do is reinforce with a little bit of wire. Either I'm gonna have to hang the screen from 3 points, which isn't the worst idea. Just do there, center, and there. Or still do 2 points. And I might do this regardless, but I have the ability to screw into the back of this, assuming this is the back of the screen, by the way. Screw there, screw into here, thread it into the plastic, and screw there. And do either a V with a turnbuckle, just to sort of like tighten it up, and then do the opposite. So basically, I would add, I could do it all in one motion. I was considering I could screw every one of these and then just do a big zigzag pattern for rigidity. But I feel like that's adding too much complication to it. I just want to maybe put an X across I feel like an X across the entire unit will not help, even if I'm tied into the dead center. I think a large V, so screw there, attach a metal cable, go up to the center, come down to here, and have a turnbuckle, either one or two turnbuckles to sort of like pick up any sag and just add rigidity. I also want the thing twisting. That's one of my other fears, is like right now it's hanging, so it's perfectly straight. As soon as you start putting tension on this and compressing it, it's gonna wanna twist. So I'm gonna have to be real careful with what I decide to do. That's another reason I think the full zigzag would probably be beneficial, which, by the way, can anyone see like that big? That is a big screen, and I'm in the big space. So that would have been a big screen in the big space. In the basement, this thing's gonna be fucking gargantuan. I also obviously haven't like screwed these in. It's just sort of like hand squeezed them together. So we're still at our slightly too wide a width, but the sconces provided a great spot to just hang it and see how much sag we get. And I'd say, it's hard for you to see on camera, but I'd say we're down a ½ inch, maybe 5/8, just And if I was able to adjust that, maybe I could compensate for it a little bit. But I think it's better off just boom, 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 tension everything a little bit better. And my friend Dan's coming over today. I want to discuss or print the things. He might be able to literally model the thing we need. Because I realized something, I'm not going to clip around the aluminum. There, let's take the aluminum. The aluminum is not going to get a clip on any surface of it, because this is going to be behind the fabric that the screen is made out of, so you can't do anything to this. Then it's going to come over the top, and I don't think I'm going to actually have a clip around it. I think I'm just going to end up gluing the clips onto the aluminum, which didn't dawn on me until now. So we would have, you'd figure out exactly where it can fit, clip, 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 and then we would just come over here and go pop, 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 and there would just be these C's that go around the thing and pop in place. And hopefully would not rotate. Well, I'm going to glue the clips then in place if I have to. I'm wondering if it'll be on there so sturdily that I don't have to worry about that. And then the only thing about the clip is once the clip is around the back, that has to have the tab, so I could use the little, the binder clips, just to attach the fabric. Because I have nothing to attach fabric to currently. So, I mean, I guess I could attach the fabric. See, no, I can't do the fabric around this, because that would mean I have to tuck it around this, and this is going right against the pipe. If this was longer, if this was, 2 inches by 2 inches instead of 1 inch by 1 inch, this would stick out past the pipe enough. I could just clip around this actual piece of equipment or trim. I don't know, so far it's looking pretty good. We'll do more of this in a bit. Hey, remember that screen building video? Yeah, well, my friend Dan came over yesterday and helped me design this. And this is specifically the clip that I was dreaming of. It was a clip of my dreams. So, you'll see it in action in the next segment. But I'm going to be making 54 or more of these. And they clip around the 1 inch pipe. This is the area where we're going to glue it to the aluminum. And here is a little tab that the binder clips are going to go to hold the screen material. And this is batch 2 of 4. And I'm going to set these up and get the rest of them going. God bless this Neptune. And they're all in that hot, silky sunset PLA color. So this is the sort of thing that's like, could you design it yourself? Could you just like make it out of something you can already buy? Probably. In fact, I'll link. They'll be in the description. They make the big clips that just go on to 1 inch or 1 1/4 PVC that sell them on Amazon. And they're cheap as hell. It's like $10 for like 8 of them. And the only problem is that those wouldn't hold specifically the aluminum, and these little tabs are, the reason. right? It's gonna hold that perfectly square edge. We're actually gonna rotate it down slightly. So you see, so we can see this. You see how the back fin is sort of like not aligned, like this is not parallel with that. That's because that's supposed to be parallel, and we're gonna have a slight tilt in the aluminum to guarantee that the fabric doesn't hit the edge of it. It's gonna hit the front edge, but not the bottom edge. And yeah, so I'm gonna go put all this shit back on here and hit it to go again. We'll keep making them. Anyway, here are 3 batches. Last batch is going on, and as you can see, they just clip straight on to the 1-inch pipe and can rotate around freely. Now, obviously, this is more than I'm going to use. It's probably for the sections, it's going to be 3 of these per section. So there's 6 sections on top, 6 sections on bottom, and I think we're going to do 8 on each vertical. And that's exactly, this is the beauty. Dan was here. He literally modeled the pipe. He had his micrometer. He modeled the pipe. He modeled all the T-junctions. He modeled the angle, the elbows on the end. And he has a very specific request that he let him model the corners. So instead of just having the elbows here and then having the aluminum sort of come over and sort of come over, he's literally building blocks that are going to fit over the corner, align the aluminum to be on the proper angle, which the aluminum angle is going to be slightly down so that this is vertical, and then this is a little bit down to keep that front edge of the aluminum out. And so he's going to measure it so that the aluminum slides in both directions and gets held. And I just did this because I want to store them. And I thought this pipe would be long enough, but we have made quite a few of those. It takes about 6 hours per batch. 5 hours per batch? Takes a bit because it is making, I forget how many we've got, 15? 12 of these at a time. 54, we need 4 batches. No, it's got to be more than that. It's going to be like 16 of these at a time. And you can see one side is much lower. This is for the clipping of the binder clip. And then this is just, it's all hollow on the inside here to make it lighter. And they don't snap. 2 of them have been broken. There's 2 of them that are broken from the first time we had the bed slightly unlevel over there. And you could barely see them. Where the hell are they? You know what? I don't even know where they are. Anyway, broken doesn't matter as long as I have the strength to clip on and have a piece of fabric attached to the back of it. Welcome back, everybody, to screen build video number 7839214. Dan's here, and oh, we're gonna put these lights on. Chewbacca's here. So in the interim, and it's been like a month since I printed out these in the last section of video.
Capable of doing anything quickly.
Yeah, no, we're just not. This is what Dan convinced me to do. Against my will and wishes. He's like, why don't we print a corner that fits there? And this way, it has a notchway here, which will fit the aluminum angle perfectly, and then it'll be surface level with this, over and down, and then it'll just allow us to line it up with the perfect angle and everything, and we had to redo the size. One of these is going to be tight, but if it still fits, fine.
And then there'll be little screw things that screw into these little holes in the back and clamp it on.
Or I'm just going to fill it with hot glue and go, and that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. In fact, we could do that today if we felt like it. But, so I've got 4 of those. They took a while to print. I'm glad I didn't run out of my spool doing it. Here's one with the open back. Here's one open back. Here's the one that was tighter. That's a slightly tighter one. So, what Dan is here today for is the cable. I think we talked about that. We bought this, or he bought this, because I owe him $27 precisely. These are 1/2-inch giant. Look at him. Look, just looking at you, just staring at you. These are giant fuck you clamps that are supposed to clamp around I-beams. And then you do as you will, or like this, I guess. And when you clamp them like this, you get a screw hole that stays level. And then we'll be able to put our cable across for the new screen. Thrice upon a time, I watched the last thing I'm going to have watched on this screen, because I'm going to start getting serious on this now, which means I may have to undo it. And it was good because I built that screen in that aspect ratio for Evangelion 3, so it makes sense I watch Evangelion 4 with it. So what else do we get? This thing, empty bag, some washers, some nuts, and some, Jesus fucking God.
So you cut the cable wood?
That is a scary ass thing.
Or really pesky toenails.
Oh God, no. Chewbacca, come here. Dan's gonna clip your toenails. So yeah, so today is Make a Cable Day.
Where's the rest of the cable stuff?
Over there on the box. You grab that, I'll turn on the... This has become the man cave. Or the woman's womb. Oh God.
Say that again.
Well, I always said if there's man caves, why can't there be women's wombs? So the goal of the cable, by the way, is because this screen is hanging on this giant metal rack, and in my old apartment it was attached to the wall and came down. The cable is going to go from I-beam to I-beam. We're going to tension the shit out of it, and then this new, much lighter screen, because this one's made of metal and this one's PVC, we'll figure out a way to just hang it from the cable so that I can lift it up, get underneath it and behind it. Also, it'll just slide on the cable to position it, and we'll be able to slide those clamps around on the I-beams to adjust distance this way. So it'll be nice, and then I'll still be able to close this fucking thing. Chewbacca, you good? Good. Yeah, the other stuff is heavy-duty cable, perfect for bondage. The clamps... The crimps that you need to crimp it with, this is the crimp that you crimp the crimp things with.
Don't quote me on it, but I think they're called sueders.
And this is a little tiny ones. It's good that you bought these big ones, because the big ones are probably going to be the ones we use in the very end. Yeah. But then we could use the little ones on these turnbuckles, which, if you've never seen one of these, it's a thing you spin the middle, and one of these threads is backwards. So you just spin it like this and both pull in or pull out. So you make the cables, you make them semi-tight, and you go crank, 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 crank.
Driver in the hole there and spin it around.
Spin, 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 and it makes it real fucking tight, and it'll hold the screen up until something breaks. But we're not going to do that today. So what we're going to do now is, well, what we need to do is really make a short one of these that's going to go between the mega clamp and the turnbuckle, and then the other one's going to be the straight long length. This way it's all the way on the side and we're not dealing with it.
So let's get a measurement.
We're gonna measure now. Okay, explain. I'm helping. We're reading.
1/8 is number 3.
Number 3 it is. That's the biggin.
So just do it right in the middle. Well, right in the
well, 3 is the last one, the biggest. On the edge?
Yep, because you do one on each side.
And clamp.
Yep, and release.
Huh?
And then...
Oh, this is a very positive... That good?
Yep.
Well, there's no fucking that up.
Nope.
But that just goes cook. Actually, it goes cook. It doesn't feel like there's any difference between when I did it when they didn't do it.
Yeah.
So now this...
Do the other one too.
Whoa, point of note, if you get one of these things and you cut it open, put it in a fucking bucket because it almost killed us both. It's not quite spring steel, but it did a thing. So what we're gonna make now is a very short cable because I want the turnbuckle to be able to spin in this free open space. So we need a 15-inch cable to then have the turnbuckle here that we can spin, and then we'll make the long run to the other side. So Dan gets to use the chonky cutters now.
Crimpers?
No.
Oh.
Chonky cutters. The cutters. Alright, Persona 5 music lowered. Demonetize, show it to me. Show me what the beautiful thing we've got. So, clampy clamp with the square head. How do you supposed to tighten that? Just like a wrench? And then this has a thread. And so I decided, this was my decision, so if it fails, you've got washer, and then nut. And
you said nut.
and that's it. And this is in here. And this will not fall out of it. And then we're going to have here... roughly, well, we're gonna go way back here, so we can just walk underneath it. Once this is tightened, then this goes here, and then we have turnbuckle and then the other one. So I'm gonna hand screw this, because honestly all you need to do is hand screw it. It's not like that's it. That never ever needs to have any. That's it. That's not going fucking anywhere. And then that one. And actually, I kind of want to hand screw it so I can loosen it and slide the projector screen, you know, whichever way I want to go. So this is actually a good thing. So now I'm tightening it back up again. Now it's time to build the long one. Important and painful. Here, hold on. So we've got the turnbuckle here. We're going to terminate this side in place so that we don't have any fuck ups. So we got the clamp on. We've measured it off the wall. I was perfect. I didn't even have to measure at all.
Only 4 inches.
Only 4 inches off.
So you don't have to do that because we gotta take this apart again to slide these little things on.
Oh, we're
So
just
gonna cut this nice and long.
cover your eyes, everybody.
Well, it's not gonna fling anything.
Says you. Okay, so now
Lift your foot.
what? All right, so now we got this. So now we got to go slide the two thingy things on. This is like when you're making network cables and you forget the strain relief. Only you really can't.
Or when you make big cables and you lose the shrink wrap, and you're like,
Yes. So now that's that. We've loosened that as far as it'll go because we're probably gonna have a little bit of slop before we actually get any tension on it at all. I've covered the heresy because my God, it's a perfect table. It's a perfect place to put things. I just covered it with the yoga mats. Persona 5 is still playing. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to. I think I pushed. It doesn't matter if we have the bolt or anything. It doesn't matter if it's in the correct orientation yet because we'll just adjust it later. Oh my God, I almost grabbed your dick, but it happened on camera, so that would have been fine.
perfect content.
We'd have to immediately stop working. There's a stop work order. We don't understand why. What was I just gonna say? Fuck. What was I saying?
Got
Dan.
distracted.
No, that's not what I was saying though.
Okay, a tiny bit more and we'll be good.
Will we though? Glad I added those extra work lights. Should have probably added them here and moved the screen down. Although right now the screen is still gonna stay in place.
Okay.
All right, I'll give this a pull to make sure we've got. Just get it around the bolt head. Okay.
I can crimp this. So I'll just crimp this real quick.
Can you? Oh, you can crimp that in place, right? Oh, can you crimp that in place? We'll get to the 30. Yeah, we'll. Oh, you want to give that a pull?
Oh yeah, I think it's coming apart.
Yeah, it's starting to slide. Hold on. Can I do this? Can I be helpful?
Are we still tensioned a little bit?
Now we are. This is definitely a two-man job. One, you do it twice. You know what you could do if you fuck this up and you need to add more tension? You put the nut on the bolt. You got it. Do it. Right, slide this over. You would just take that bolt off, put the nut on it. You'd probably add another 1/8 inch of tension.
Tighten this up here, right?
Yeah, it's in the right spot. It's not. It's rocked to the maximum extent. But you know, you could add a nut on the other side if you really needed to add more. So here's how we're gonna actually tighten it. And the only concern I have is the screen's probably gonna end up over here. So one of the loops might be around this turnbuckle. We'll see. It had to exist, and it didn't matter if it existed in the dead center or on the far edge or like here. It was gonna be there. So now we gotta take that off and rearrange the nuts because it was just on the bottom of the nuts. Covering my eyes, shielding my eyes, shield the camera. Oh God. Yee. All right, so now take the bolt out. Actually, it's gonna get tighter because it's gonna go up higher too. I'll catch. I got 1, 2.
I'll tighten that up too.
I'm tight. Yeah, no, that's hand tighten, which is all I'm gonna ever do because it's never gonna fall off. I just want to be able to go up there, unscrew it. In fact, I wish it had like a bigger thing that I could go and slide it.
Just be aware you're not going to want to loosen it too much when it's got tension.
Well, I would loosen it just enough and then start smashing it with a fucking hammer. So we are measured. Now this is not where the screen's probably gonna go. We should probably slide it a little bit forward.
Uh-oh.
What?
You just gotta be careful when you're tightening this, because this doesn't resist rotation, so it's like you have to hold them.
So you hold them. Which way am I going? Other way.
I want to get like a small thing to put in, like an Allen key or something, to put in a little hole.
Giggity. Small thing in my hole. Does it have a way to go straight through? Yeah. All right, then I'll use a little screwdriver then. Or anything that's a piece of shit that I don't care about? Nope. Nice precision screwdriver, because we're not really putting a lot of tension. You're just gonna spin it.
The problem really with it that I can see is that it vibrates forever.
I'm not worried about vibrating forever. I'm worried about the edge of the screen coming around here, so I'm gonna have to deal with this as a yeah. I think we've got. Ow. Oh yeah, that's...
Like cables are always going to stretch a little bit.
You know, but that's the best. Here's the beauty part, Rich, which by the way is this line from Weekend at Bernie's. When I'm hanging on this, I can put one on every single, I could actually skip the end and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I could have these be adjustable up and down too. So if it does bend, it levels the screen out.
Yeah, I guess what you could do is you could drill a hole.
Threaded hole. Just drill a small hole.
Well, you could just drill a hole and get like eye hooks that are really long, and that way you can just adjust the nut here and crank it up and down.
Oh, you're talking about through, I was gonna go right through the center of this.
Yeah, but you can't get to the thing behind it.
True.
And if you do a threaded hole here, that means you're spinning the eye hook when you try to adjust it, which you can't do if it's...
Would I do an eye hook, or would I do a hook?
But either way, that means you're gonna have to lift it off and set it back down. Whereas here, if you have a nut coming through the other side, you just go...
You're correct. Dan's correct. Dan's always correct. So what I would do is a center then. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. I'd have 6 adjustment points.
That way you can adjust for the fact that the cable's going to do that.
Yeah, the cable's going to do that, and the screen's going to bend with it, and then I could just adjust the screen to tension higher.
To initially install, but then once it's done.
Yeah, I need the ability to adjust. So that's, see, this is designing as you go.
This is designing for our sloppiness ahead of time.
Yeah. I know what imperfection is. I'm full of it. And for now, like where that is good.
We're gonna have to tape those up so they don't rattle at the base of the wood.
Oh yeah, I got a half hour before anime. We're finishing Vivi, which will be happening down here because why the fuck not? Now, Dan, let's do 75 more of those all the way down, and then we'll be able to play like a giant harp, or we could hang Christmas. You know, I bet you that would be in some restaurant. You know, that's like the design. Is just a fuckload of those.
They look nice.
They look really nice. Thank you for picking those up for me. But yeah, no, so that's, right now this is just temporarily here. I'm pretty sure the screen's gonna be a little bit further out, just so I can lift it up and access the Swan M500s that'll be back here.
Tighten these up more too.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely,
It's sort of hand tight right now.
it's as tight as I can get this without it like,
I would use like pliers or something. Like
just hang pliers there.
Well, no, the what are those things
You
called?
just keep doing things. What the hell is that?
You know the pliers that grip on, vice grips?
Yeah.
These vice grip here, vice grip here.
And then you have back ump nuts that
Oh, yeah,
walk over the lock.
Yeah, these make it so.
Well, don't lock it now because we're still not doing it. But yeah, the jiggling. You know how I'll fix that jiggling, right?
Once that mass is on it.
You know how I'll fix jiggling? Blue tack. Shut up. Blue tack is the best. So my next purchase is going to be 1/4-inch eyelets. Fuck.
Well, you could do hooks.
How do I get them onto the How do I get them onto the cable?
Or you just untension it and put them on and then put it back on.
How big an eyelet? I was thinking like small eyelets.
You could just do hooks. Hooks would be easier, I think.
Yeah, but still need to lift it up.
I mean, there's no reason why.
If I alternate every other direction of the hook, it shouldn't fall off.
I mean, who says it has to be a small eyelet?
Nobody. You know what? This is so small. Yeah, that's a 1-inch eyelet would totally fit over that. Not even a 1-inch. You know what I'll do? I'll just take the I'll take one of them with me to the store. And so when I'm shopping, as long as I could fit one of these little tiny bastards through
plus a little more.
Plus a little more through the hole, I know I can get the eyelets. That's going to involve. That means I can't get the screen. That means we can't mount them to the screen. It's going to be an interesting install. We'll be there though. It's going to be on this video. Future. These people right now, they don't even have to fucking wait. We're just like here going, fuck, I got to buy more things.
That, or if you do the hooks, you could do.
Don't say 3D print things to close the hooks.
Well, no, I mean, you could actually just alternate them. It probably would work.
I thought about that.
Because if they're doing like most of the way around and then most of the way around.
If I could find almost like it can't just be a hook like that. It's got to be a full pointing down hook, and then we'll alternate direction so it can't come off. And then if you really want to take the screen off, you can just loosen it up and just manipulate the wire in and out.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what I'm looking for. Or it's get powered on you, but that's attached to the computer upstairs. It's just got the computer upstairs hooked up to it.
Is it okay that the motor's just been powered on?
Well, no, it doesn't have any stress in it until you turn it. As soon as you turn it, then it's like but as long as it's soft. So yeah, okay, I'll look. Or we can get eyelets and just bend them open a little bit. That also works. So we'll see you then. The next day, basement. I'm actually live streaming, but I put the camera down. Took the 3 sections of screen. I sanded the hell out of the ends, and then I hammered them together with my dead blow hammer against the pipe over there. So it makes this sound. When you hear this pipe go ding, that means we bottomed out all the sections. So now what I'm going to do is I was going to glue them, but I think I'm just going to place them and do my measurements because I have to take it apart anyway and manipulate it. Gonna put my corner sections on. Oh, I have to use my saw to cut off the nibs. There's nibs. Hold this, everyone. Let me cut off a nib for you. Yeah, PVC right angles. I want to stand this up. I don't want to bend it that way. I want it to be sort of vertical. Have these like circles that you have to cut off. We could have accommodated for them in the 3D print, but then it would have had to been directional and reversed for the other side. Or depending on how I installed this, it would have had to have gone in and out. So we just remove this with a tiny little hacksaw. And now that should fit fine. So let's put this back down on the floor. Oh, and I also marked rear or back on the sections, looking at which way the arc was on all the PVC, because some of these, like that one, bends up and you can't have that bending up into the material. So that was something to take note of. 1, 2, that just falls in place. I probably have to cut another nub. Where's my nub? There's my nub. So I have a final nub to cut, but there's 3. That's the tight one there. This is the ones we've adjusted for. So now, once I have all 4 of these in place, I'm gonna get my tape measure out, my good tape measure. I'm gonna load up Display Wars. I'm gonna measure the height, because the height we know, the height is fixed, but the width we can adjust. So I'm glad it's a little bit too wide, not too narrow. Too narrow would suck. I'd have to cut and add extensions. It'd be nightmarish. So, I'm going to measure the height. I'm going to put that into the calculator, and it's going to tell me to be 235 to 1, or 239 to 1, actually, I think is the correct aspect ratio. How wide this has to be. And then if it's an inch too long, I'll take this section off, cut a ½ inch, cut a ½ inch, cut a ½ inch, cut a ½ inch, and then put it back together, and it should be done. Then I can put set screws in, because I'm not gluing this into a giant piece, and then we'll have our final screen dimensions, and then I could hot glue the corner pieces in place, and we're on our next step to greatness. Still haven't gotten anything for the hanging rope though, so we'll get that later. So 2 12mm sections and 2 15mm sections, because it was a slight discrepancy. And now I'm going to try to put it back together. Okay, I couldn't bang the pipes against the pipe, so I had to move the chair back. So I just moved all the chairs back. So now the chairs are in their like final position, which should put heads roughly 15 feet from where the new screen will be, which is about a foot further back than this screen is, which means I got to move this cable about a foot forward. But yeah, no, it's completely different and weird now that I've done this, because because the seats ended here, now they end like almost 3 feet back. And if I sit in the middle of this and you look, I'm trying to film this by the hand, by the way, and you look, you can see that it's all biased that way, because I'm gonna bias it between the 2 curtains now instead of whatever I had guessed at before. So there's big screen, there's thing. Am I ready to change it up yet now? No, but I definitely think that screen's too small for where I currently have these seats. So, time to keep working on this screen. I think I'm gonna cut the aluminum next because I know exactly, well, I'm trying to do a thing with this. I know exactly from there to there, and you can see the little indents, is where the aluminum angle is gonna be going. So I can just measure it. Oh, the cut, by the way, was off by 5 millimeters. So this screen is 5 millimeters narrower than it needs to be. Sue me. It was gonna be off in one direction, I knew it. And it was my bad for trying to cut on the thing, but I have set screws here that when I decided it wants to go together permanently, I'm just gonna drive the set screws in and it'll hold it. And then this is the back of the unit, that's why the set screws are forward. So those have to be on the other side. And then I'm going to glue them in place. And I guess once they're glued in place, that's when I can start doing the aluminum around it. And then figuring out everything else I have to do, so. Oh, I might have to notch the aluminum for the things that they're gonna hang off of too. It's gonna be interesting. And by interesting, I mean it's gonna take a fucking long time to get right. I apologize for the previous section of this video where I was live streaming at the same time and it gets real confusing what I said on camera to be recorded or what I said on live stream to the people who are asking questions. So hopefully you've followed along on what the process was to just measure, put it together, measure, remove certain amounts from either side, trim it, and it's 5 millimeters too narrow. But since it's 3,500 millimeters wide, I'm doing it millimeters just for reasons, because I don't want to do fractions at this sort of length. Just I could do millimeters. Anyway, hardware store run is complete, and I bought nuts. Bought 10 nuts and 6 of these. Rip this off and apologize if you can't see most of the shit down here. It still hasn't completed the change of lighting I want to do. This has to go in there. Never put shit on your garbage pail. I don't know why. It's like a great table, and I just moved it off of that because I had to get that bottom. It's the worst. So I bought closed loop with long thread. So this should fit completely if I move this nut all the way up. Aren't you glad you're watching this? You should all be watching my videos in 1 1/4 speed, by the way. If you don't watch all my reviews, the sound demos, you sort of have to not do that. But if you don't watch all my reviews in 1 1/4 speed, you're wasting 25% of your life where you're watching my videos. Even I watch them in 1 1/4 speed, which actually makes me sound excited. 1 1/2, it's a little tough. So anyway, this is going to sit on top of the pipe, and this is going to go through the cable. I may try to open this up with, they said to use a vise. I have a vise. As the vise isn't attached to anything, which makes life a little bit I mostly couldn't attach this vise to something because I don't have a strong enough wooden table. But this is a Fireball tool vise. I'm gonna bolt it through my table here. So I'm gonna clamp this down and just try to make this gap here just a little bit wider. It's a smaller diameter. That had a bigger one that it would actually fit through. This will not fit around, or this will barely fit the cable I need, because here I took one of the loops to the hardware store, and as long as this fit through, which it doesn't, so I'm gonna have to open this up. So once I get this open, all 6 of them, these 6 will go onto each straight section, which made me realize I will have to modify both the aluminum that is defining the edge, because it's going to come yeah, no, because here is the line where the aluminum is going to stop, and there's the center, so it's going to be a little bit past, so where this is coming out, because I can't drill it to the back, and I want this to hang the screen straight. So since this is going dead center, 6 of these with their adjustable height, I'm going to have to put the aluminum on here and notch just a little bit around each one of the loops, and then each one of these will be adjusted up and down to hang on that cable. As long as I can get these open, which I can do now, then we should be golden. And I'm obviously going to open them first, and then I'll take this, get on my hands and knees. I don't have to be, actually I do have to be pretty accurate with the straightness of the hole drilling, because you don't want to have one this way and one this way and one this way and one this way. So I'm going to have to find a consistent method to drill holes through each section of that, and then get the hooks on here. And then I can start doing things with the aluminum, which I have to use my other, I don't want to use that saw for my aluminum, because I can cut aluminum with any circular saw, but I want to use the one in the garage, which I've used for aluminum in the past, just because it makes a mess and do it out there. So I'll do some measurements and cut outside. All right, I gave my best effort to try to unbend one of these, and it was destroying the hook. I was clamping in here, I was using pliers, I was trying to twist it up, and it just kept spinning because there's not enough area. And if I had a vise that was attached to something, I might have a better chance, or if I had something to stick in here and shove in. So instead of bending, cutting is the way to go. So I've made a gap, not even a 1/4 inch there. The smaller the gap, the better. And what I was doing, let me see, how the hell did I do this just now? I started in midair like this. I literally started it like doing this. But that seems like wrong. So now we're just going down and using the vise, not even as a vise, just as a gap. And that's it. That's way easier than trying to bend it. And that should fit right over the cable. So do that 4 more times, and then I'll have the hooks. And the way I'm going to put them up is I'll make sure that the screen doesn't just hook over in one direction, because if I lift it up and it lines up perfectly, it'll somehow fall. Although it shouldn't. I could alternate them. Although actually putting them like this should be fine, because that'll never ever, yeah, no. I think I'm going to put them all in the same direction, just have the opening towards the back of the screen, because I do plan on using it as a hinge. This will be the hinge that it lifts up on. So yeah, I'm going to chop 4 more of those, and then we'll install them, or we'll start drilling holes. Okay, so lined it vertically here. Drilling the holes really isn't going to be that important that it's super accurate, because the cable will literally bend to accommodate and average out. If they're all drilled backwards, you might have a problem, but I think I'm going to be pretty good. I built this little template out of one of those clips I ordered online. I cut it shorter so I could just pop it on and off without a 4-inch piece. And I drilled a 1/4 inch hole through it. So what I've got is I've measured the center of all of these pipes, and these are actually shorter because these are the ones I cut to accommodate for the correct length. So these are 19 3/4 inches from here to here, and these are only 19. I know I switched back to inches. I'm very inconsistent, it's fine. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically eyeball what I feel is the center, because it's very hard to do this. I'm just going to draw a line like that. And now once I have basically an X or a T here, I'm going to slap this on there. We're going to line up our thing, because it's also very hard to start drilling a hole into a cylinder, because it's going to want to walk either way, especially a 1/4 inch hole. So if I want to avoid using a small bit and then a larger bit, that's the way I'm going to have to do it. And I guess we'll drill this first one. And what we have to do is we have to just eyeball that. I'm going to squeeze this. Okay, now we're through. Now the hard part, or the more important part, is to make sure the drill isn't like crooked, because then it'll drill the hole the wrong way. So we're just going to straighten the drill out. We're just again, this is just all eye. And actually this way doesn't really matter much. We're going to try to get it straight, but... And there we go. Pull my little template off. Let's see how it looks. I'm going to do that 5 more times. Boom. Boom. There you go. And that's what our thing's going to go on. If this gap should be perfect. And I've got enough room that if I needed to slide it as much as that to adjust, I can. I kind of wish this had a little more thread to it, but that was as short as I got it at the store. So that's what we're getting. So 1 down, 5 to go. Where's my phone? Because you were able to see it on the video. So by hand, or by eye, I leveled it. Look at that. You could see right down all of them. I mean, I've since bent it, but it's like that's insane how good I did that. So it's a good, this is God's work sort of gif. Anyway, so they're all up. I realized I should have bought 6 more nuts, or I gotta find 6 more 1/4 20 nuts. hold on, lower that. Because climb down doesn't work. I need to be able to lock, if it's hitting the bottom like it is now, I really only need one nut on top. But if this has to move up, I need to be able to lock the nuts together and top and bottom do that. Which right now I only have 2 nuts on top and only 1 nut on bottom, and I'm out of nuts. I have no more nuts. And I can't get it to this sort of state. I tightened up the 4 screws. I'm just like 2 turns. Really, because I'm threading into plastic, hitting plastic. There isn't like a hole that it's going into. It's just pressing against it. So just a couple, just to keep this from coming apart at any point. Should be fine. Now that I have it in this state, I kind of really want to hang it up on the cable just to like get a visual of it. And so I'm going to do that. But tonight's movie night, and tonight is Army of Darkness movie night. So I am not removing this. This will not be completed by tonight. And I'm not going to destroy that for what will probably be the last movie night before this replaces it. So this is what I'm going to do. Since I'm the king of magnets, these drapes are literally just magnets, magnetized to the metal beam. So I'm just going to remove these 2, put them over there, and now I have access to this. So I should be able to, I'm going to have to move this table, swing that whole thing. Actually, yeah, that's the fascia that we're looking at. It's got to come all the way around and then go in here. I've had the Buchard A500s just gently sit in this corner of the basement away from all of the speakers. I don't know why, but I just like, I want to keep them safe and I don't come over here a lot. Does that make sense? Anyway, and this isn't fully tensioned yet. I need to be able to move this, but for what I'm doing right now, this will be a perfect spot just to get it up there and get sort of like, not even a visualization because this will be in the way, but just to get a feel for it. So I'm not going to film myself tiptoeing around this. If I destroy something, I'll put the camera back on, but hopefully when I turn this camera back on, it's just up there. Why deprive you of this fun? I started doing it, and then the doorbell rang, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And then I did an unboxing, and then I came back down here. So these are all lined up. This weighs nothing, which is the reason I went out of PVC. And someone's like, why didn't you make this out of like corrugated steel? And I'm like, are you fucking high? You know this has to move, right? Like up and down, like probably often. So I should just be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the screen is hanging. That's it. Where you at? That's it. So we have got quite a bit of droop in this due to the fact that this isn't as tight as it can and will be. It's hanging pretty straight. There's a lot of jiggle and bounce. That'll get removed once I do this. If I have to weigh this down, like one of the people was like, oh, what if it twists or warps? I may have to, I certainly need to have some sort of system on the bottom that I can grab it and lift it up and then attach to the ceiling. I'll probably just put a metal plate somewhere here. I'll get a metal electrical box plate, and then I'll get one of those crazy strong magnets and just go, and it'll just pop to the ceiling, which means it'll pop back down. But yeah, it's at a good height too, because I was worried, because this doesn't allow for much room for height adjustment. But I mean, how much closer to the ground do I want than that? And if we're sitting further back, which we are definitely sitting further back, and obviously this is the middle here now. Actually, I could move that over where it's going to be, because I marked the floor with an X. That X is the visual center, which is right behind this, which means that's got to go to the right 6 inches. And then back 2 inches, because that was 8 inches. Yeah, there's the visual center between the 2 curtains. Boom. So that's where the screen is legit going to be when it's done, which is actually good, because I thought I was going to have to deal with this with the hook, and I don't, because I went into the center instead of on the ends. Yeah, no. And it should automatically level. The only time it would have a leveling issue is because that is slightly, no, it shouldn't even be longer. that distance from the mount to the first eyelet should be identical to the mount to the first eyelet, since I'm basing that off this, and I could just measure and adjust. And now I don't see any screen sag. Obviously, when this is all out of the way and this is like finally going in position, I'll adjust for this if there's any sort of droop, because there's a lot of tension on those and not so much tension on the middle. So I'd probably end up releasing some tension on the outside. In fact, I should do that now, just because you want to have it an even amount of basically hold. When you buy a tension screen, usually that means the edges are tensioned this way, but I'm building a vertically tensioned screen, so yeah, it's a lot of pressure on these. So I could let it go all the way down basically to there, and then it's a little bit of pressure here, and then a little bit of more pressure here. So now I have to loosen this, so this has more pressure, because this is, yeah, I could actually move the thing down. So after I've tightened that, when it's in its correct location and I've tightened it all the way as much as I feel like tightening it, and then hang this on there, I'll probably end up doing something like this, just like a pull test. How much weight is there? How much weight is there? Because then I come here and look, I can just completely move it away with just my fingertip. Whereas this now is very hard, and this is very hard. So on this side, it's gonna be all messy, because it's like, look, there's no tension here. And this is, I could actually probably get a trigger gauge they use on when you test a trigger pull on a gun. You know, it's like 5 pounds, 30 pounds. New York City cop pressure gauge, which is like 17 pounds. Did you know that's one of the reasons why police, when they do a shooting, is usually terrible accuracy? It's because they're required by law to have very hard to pull triggers so they don't accidentally do it. But it also makes you pull the trigger really hard. And that's not good for accuracy. It's one of those little tidbits you didn't think you were going to get from this video. Yeah, we've got a little bit of a warp that way. I can see what it's doing. So this is going to have to get like bent in. There's a lot of flex to this plastic, so it's going to be a matter of lining it up by eye mostly. Also, I could loosen that up, straighten out that joint. And it's got to have a lot to do with this being pulled and that not being pulled, and so yeah. But this is a basic test, and we are swinging in the breeze over here. Yeah, all right. Test successful. Let me take a picture of this and send it to my friends. Burb. Okay, trip back from the garage with 30. No, oh, shit. I forgot the goddamn length. I just measured it, went outside, cut it, and came back in to test fit. Yeah, so come on. Oh, there you go. 53 7/8. I know, back to inches. It's just the way the tape measure worked. And so these are the verticals, and boom, look at this. The corners are on with just blue tack, just to get them like not falling off. Because only one fits super snug, the rest of them are loose on purpose. Like, they won't change orientation, but they don't stick. And you could see this one literally is being held on with friction right now, because that's how perfect it was cut. You're welcome. Now this one, let's see if this one does the same thing. If I put it here and I go in, this one is, this one cracked already. This is the tight one. We are a 1/16 of an inch too long with this one. So that side, oh, it's falling. It fell. This one, we're a 1/16 of an inch too long. So obviously this one needs to just be trimmed. I could probably even file it, defile it. I'll probably give us a trim on that one, just because, fuck it, we're not gonna take that much aluminum off if I go But yeah, no. Make sure this didn't get any bad twists or warps right now from that damage. No, it's fine. So this is for here. This will be trimmed for that side. So there's just, like, we're talking about 2 millimeters height difference there versus, you know, this is completely acceptable. And I was thinking what I need to do is, since I know roughly how it's going to be, I should probably take the nuts off the top of this so I can pull this through as far as I need to so that there's tension on this. Because right now there's very little tension on these center two. All the tension's on these outside four. And I need to pull this further so I get a nice, consistent pulling. Oh, and then I figured out, now that it's all fully in place and hanging, this beam was the one that really defined the bend back. I'm like, all right, that has to be the back because it's bent. Turns out this beam is bent forwards. Like forwards enough that it's concerning. I'm gonna probably have to get my heat gun and heat this up and bend it back because it's not twisted there. This beam itself is actually just twisted forward, but that isn't gonna matter for the screen. Look at that. This one also fits perfectly because we're coming off of it, so I don't have to bend it at all. I'm just, see, this is what, oh God, it's like my brilliance in the past is better than my current ability to think. Because this is what's defining the edge of the screen, this perfectly straight aluminum, and this it barely touches it, doesn't even touch it here. And that sticks out. So I don't have to touch anything. This is perfectly fine. This could have been bent forward, backwards, in, out. Everything should stick out just far enough that none of this structure affects the screen itself. So yeah, so it saves me a bunch of time and effort. So this one also fits there, but that one's perfect for there. So this one's gonna get trimmed. And then I'm doing a full length this way. And then I gotta figure out how much is extra. And then I'm doing a full length that way and figure out how much is extra because I'm OCD and I can't have both short sections be on one side. Just the way it is, my brain. So I'm gonna go trim this, pull a full one, stick it up top, see how much I have to notch, because I'm gonna have to notch for those threaded pieces. Actually, I'm doing double nuts and it has to be there. I have to put out a bigger notch. I'm gonna figure out how I have to do that. If I'm just gonna cut a V or if I'm gonna try to, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see in a bit. But yeah, so trim this and then do more aluminum and then we should be ready to, actually, legitimately ready to like permify this stuff. Maybe today. Okay, Evangelion 444, or 3, I'm not gonna call it Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 thrice. I'm not doing it. So it's Evangelion 4.444 or Evangelion 4, the movie. Anyway, great soundtrack. Like really different than the other ones. And I love it. Now, here is the top piece. This ended up being about 930, it should have been 936 because there's a gap. There's just that much extra space that I'm gonna have to compensate for. But all this is getting covered in that felt tape. So really, like any little gap, if I move the gap a little bit here and a little bit at the end and I just fill it. So long as it doesn't bow in and you can see it through the fabric, we should be fine. But full piece goes all the way from there to here. And actually, this piece is the scrap I cut off the verticals. Because the pieces I bought were 8 feet long, which means 48 would be the halfway mark. And these verticals are 50 something. Hi. And the leftover pieces I had in the garage, oh, I could fit that. It was 3 foot and 5/8 basically. What? Where? Hi. Basement. You gonna poop on things? Please don't. Please don't poop on things. All right, let's walk around and we'll have the discussions. So yeah. So that's fine. There's like an 1/8 inch gap. It's like a 4 millimeter gap. I'm like 3 millimeter gap. Who rubs their feet? Who likes their feet rubs? You do, because you're a queen. Belly. Oh. Okay, so I gotta pet my cat. So you guys all have to go for a bit, and I'm gonna figure out if I have to check the bottom. I don't know if the gap's gonna be the same on the bottom. I didn't bother measuring top and bottom. I just Velcro tied the full length, pushed it against, and then measured the distance and went outside cut. And I guess I'm going to. Now is the time to take that off the fucking wall and bring it back to the floor, which by the way I vacuumed because I was just getting to be a mess and I annoyed it. I was annoyed at it. Poopers. So I think I'm gonna take that off, put it back on the floor, and then start final assembly. Like this is it. Just hot glue the corners in place. And now that I have all the aluminum cut, because it's just a full length, and then basically I made the entire thing out of 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. 4 pieces of aluminum. Bought way more than that. Bought like 6 pieces of aluminum, but 4 is all you need. Wrap the whole thing, and then I can go, and once those are in place, now I can start applying all the 3D printed clips. and making sure everything lines up. And then my only big concern now is notching that aluminum to compensate for the bolts, which, by the way, the bolts, the eyelets that I have up there, she's still here, don't worry, are going to have to be painted black or covered in something, because it's still a 235:1 screen, and I'm still using a 16:9 projector, and I'm not using a anamorphic lens. So there will be black projected above and below the screen. And even if you're projecting black, it's going to hit anything shiny and reflect back. So you're going to see each one of those. So I'm probably going to get a can of spray paint before I put the fabric on and just go or take the felt tape that I bought to line the whole thing and just fold some over there, which would actually probably be better, but not look as good. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, troopers. We'll see. Think the hot glue gun is warm by now, or you think I accidentally unplugged it? Nah, it looks like it's plugged in. All right, got to give it a squeeze or a feel. It's been like 15 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's hot. Okay, so this it. Where you at? This it. Let me readjust some of these lights because they are currently not in the spots. This light fixture, by the way, is a temporary one that it's got one screw and it's just plugged into a thing there. And it's literally for this job. It's just for when I'm building the screen. And when I got to put it up there, I'm going to twist them that way. And then I'm going to replace all this whole light structure with, I have a flat panel light I got at Costco. I'm not sure how nice it's going to look, but it'll be just a flat light. And then I got to figure out a way to black out this ceiling, either with fabric or, I don't want to spray paint down here. That's dumb. But I got to close up that bit of insulation that's falling down, you know, pretty up a little bit. Anyway, hot glue gun's ready. This is the front side, because it doesn't say back. We are going to glue the 4 corners on. This is the one that is slightly tight, that cracked a little bit here. It's not an important part it cracked on. Like the aluminum is going to wrap around this anyway. And it was just me getting it off weird. So I'm probably going to put it, if I do here, this is bottom right-hand corner, so that's fine. So let me just test fit it first. I have it up on wood, by the way. Boop. And that clicks in. All right. So we just want this to not fall out. From the looks of it, I could either put the glue in here or put the glue on the thing. I'm probably going to put the glue in here. Nice heavy bead here. This is very hot. And hopefully that doesn't drip out. And we shouldn't have any problems with getting it there. Okay. Repeat for the other 3 corners. Glued. So now, if I want to put the aluminum down the edges, which is the next logical step because it's the easiest step, it means I got to put these in place first, but I don't remember the exact number of these that I have. So it's going to be a matter of, well, counting, because I want to have equal amounts on the sections here. We got 12 sections, and then whatever is left after I do 3 on each of those is going to be equally divided down the sides. So I guess we'll count together. Every 5th one turned up. There's 36 and 18. That's 54. I have 54 of these clips. And Echo, hi. So this will do, this is 6, this is 6, this is 6. That's 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. This is the entire top. 3, 3, 3, 3. Entire bottom. I have a lot of these. I made a lot. I may have made too many. So I'm doing 3. That means only 36 total for the top and bottom. And these other ones, wait, I'm doing 3 and 3. That's 3 times 6 is 18. 18 times 2 is 36. Yeah, this is the exact amount I need for the top and bottom, which leaves all of these 18 for the sides, which means 9 each, which seems a little bit insane. So I think we're going to try 6 each, and then I'll have a bunch left over. So come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Now, a real OCD motherfucker would measure and mark, so these are all equidistant apart. It's a shame that that person would waste so much time. So I'm just going to plop these on here, and they will be going like that. And I'm gonna have to slide them around to get them even. These will be glued in place with just a little bit of hot glue or crazy glue. I actually don't have new crazy glue. Should have probably bought that at the store today. This one snapped. This is why we have extra. This would probably still work. I'm just gonna put it on the side and take from the extra pile. And the thing is, I tested most of these to withstand at least one application onto a 1-inch pipe. Like that. At least they're nice and loud when they fail. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obviously the wood's in the way here to get this like in an even space. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So now we could spread them out. I'll obviously get them a little bit more even than that, but here, these are our extra lengths. This is the front right-hand side. Just mark everything, because everything's gonna be covered either with black felt or the opposite side. You're not even gonna see it. I was gonna remove this label. There's no need. If it's on the fascia, it's gonna be covered with black felt. If it's on the side, it's not gonna be seen and be wrapped in fabric. So this says right, this is the right-hand side. This is going to go like this. Beautiful. This is a beautiful thing. This is beautiful. Actually, I'm gonna have to be a little bit more careful my placement on this side, because this is the side with the warp. This is the right-hand side was fine. This is the left-hand side with the bent PVC. I'm gonna have to spread those out to accommodate so it doesn't push the aluminum up. Or the aluminum will help straighten out the PVC, depending on how you want to think about it. But that's basically the structure that we're going for. That's the whole outside's gonna look like that. It's gonna be corner, aluminum on top, supported incrementally by the clip-on pieces that will have the ability to clip the screen material on the sides. And I could add a 7th one if I really wanted to be crazy. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then 3 in each. I'll probably add a 7th or 8th one. That'll still leave plenty for extra. We have all of these to go. So this makes 8. This will make 8. That side concerns me still again now, because I could just not put any clips there, but then I have no place to attach screen material. So we'll see how it goes. Just spent about 6 minutes trying to level out that piece of PVC with the heat gun, simply because I realized I'm dumb a little bit. So erase a little bit what I heard before. I'm not gonna clip these onto this, and then what? Then I gotta glue each one of these and put the piece on it. What I'll do is I'll attach those clips to the aluminum and then go pop and pop it all at once. And then I have to put, the reason I need 8 and not 8 or 9, actually, why I need the whole group, is I have to put some right against the corner pieces because there's no back clips. So 2 of these are going to be completely wasted on the edges, which I won't glue those on here, but I'm gonna measure this. I'll draw marks at the division lines, and then I will attach as so, because I'll hot glue just right here, boom, 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 boom. Then I'm gonna bring it over there and go clip, and you're gonna record you going clip, and hopefully it goes clip and doesn't go So here we go. I glued the center one in because I knew where the center of the whole piece was, and then I did all 9. I'm doing all 9 because the ends are getting right there. That's getting right there, which this isn't glued in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where the hell's 9? Oh God. Tell me I counted wrong. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, good. I had one too many over there. I was a little nervous right now. So these will get glued basically right to this because they're going to just butt against it. I'm going to clip these in place, and these are going to butt against it, and because these fins need to exist near the edges, so I could wrap the fabric around and clip it on. So I'm just going to glue those in place there, glue that in place there. The rest of these are all glued to the actual aluminum, which you got to be careful with hot glue, because as soon as it touches aluminum, it's like heat dissipation, and it's hard to get already. So you have like a 5-second lead time. So there is that. all the tabs on one side. I didn't even care which side it is, as long as you can get it on there and go clip. So make sure this hasn't twisted in any sort of way. It's very hard to see. There's not a lot of reflective surfaces here. There you go. Nice and straight. So what I'm going to do now is bring this over here, put it on my tray tables, which, by the way, if you have 2 of these tray tables, you do that and you make a table. Just saying. I got to glue these to the ends, and then I don't think I'm going to do a dab of glue onto this because I'm gluing straight to those other bits. Will the cord make it? Because I had to go use that cord. We are going here. This wood, just keep it. I'm using this wood to keep everything level because the screws stick out the bottom. So basically, this is getting clipped here. And I'm just going to do a dab of glue here. And I'm going to slide this against it. And we're yeah, that's warm. That's it. So those will become a permanent, because I couldn't print these pieces with fins coming out the back. This all had to be done sort of like after, in 2 pieces. I'm learning. Actually, what I could do is I can clip this on. I can apply glue to the area I know it's going to seal to. Then just slide it on over. There we go. Make sure it lines up with the top and side piece. And that's it. So now, I'm not like finishing this today, so I'm probably gonna still go get crazy glue. I actually found a bag with old crazy glue. And let me tell you, old crazy glue doesn't look very good. Old crazy glue looks crazy. So, popping this in place, I'm gonna have to move the wood entirely out of the way. I do want to actually apply glue for the corners to stick. It's going to be one of those, I'm going to apply it there and then clip this down. Because once I put this on, I really rather not take it on and off and on and off and on and off. That's going to be bad news. It'll be similar with the actual long pieces too. I still have to do the notches for those. Can I lift this up, glue underneath it? It's going to stress this one, but at least I get this in place, make sure everything is kosher and copacetic, and then just apply glue. Here, remember that thing we were talking about? This is that moment. That's it. It worked. That was all of those clipping in at once, and it lined up here, and we're flush. Basically flush. Whatever's not flush will get reflushed via the tape that I'm going to apply. I'm going to have to put an extra layer of tape there. But that is one, I would say 1/4, but it's definitely not a quarter. That's like a 1/6 of the screen edge is now completed. I'm just going to apply a little glue. I should be able to lift this up enough. Yeah, I lift it up enough just to get glue under there and squeeze it down. Which is what I'll do, not on camera, because fucking hot gluing under pressure is bad news. So let me do that, and then I guess we'll do the other side, and we'll see if I can straighten that pipe out with the aluminum. I might as well show you, since I've gotten so ruthlessly efficient at it. Pickup thing I've marked. I'm do the center, and then I figured out that at roughly 6 1/4 inches, and that leaves enough of a gap to put it in. So we're doing dribble down on the V. In thumb. That's it. That one's done. So dribble down in the V. The hardest part is getting this aluminum to stand up in a V shape. And again, we don't have to be very accurate with this because it doesn't matter. We could be off by an inch and it's not going to make a difference. Dribble V in. Just don't put the tab on the wrong side. And now it's the other 2 onto the ends, and then clip that into place. So let's go do that. I glued the end pieces in. Now I'm going to clip this in, and we're going to do the thing where I lift and glue. There's just a beam in my way here. Fucking beams, bro. So, how is this going? We gotta move the wood. I'm going to push it away with love and respect. The nice thing about hot glue guns is they work. Like that hot glue gun, it still has hot glue in it, even though I am not currently plugged into any devices to set hot glue charge go. There we go. In and in. It's actually lifted up here a little bit, which means it's probably fighting the curve just a little bit. Just the two of us. Squish, squish, wipe. That was warm. That's how you burn your hand. But you know, it's America. Burn your hand a little bit, it's fine. There. I will do less wipe on that one. That'll peel off when I'm done. So that's it. Now we've got both ends attached. Still want to get crazy glue, because it has to be crazy glue. It could be hot glue, but it'll be a little bit messier. Crazy glue will just, once I have this hanging, go back there and just touch right where the PVC and the snap joints meet, because there's really no need to take that apart. I know I designed this so I could take it into 3 sections. That's why there's screws and not glue, and that's going to be a little bit harder to leave, but those will never come off. That's it. Those are there for life, or for as long as it'll hold it for, and that should help push down and get rid of any warping, because this was only up barely a little bit, like that much. So anything that is taking with it will eventually go away with time. So now, notching these, because I put marks. Is this our piece? Yes, this is our piece. Actually, this and another piece over there have very, very crude marks as to where I have to cut out or notch out. There. That's just a fucking, that's a blurb. I don't see, where the hell is the rest of it? Did I not mark the rest of it? I might have to do it on the floor. I'll have to redo it on the floor. But this should be the section for there, which is probably something I should be doing in place anyway. Just figure out exactly where I couldn't mark it because I was doing it blind. I also have to pull these center sections out and remove all the nuts from the top, because they're ideally not going to be doing that. I'm torn right now because I want to move this to a more correct location, which is about a foot forward, but then it hits all the equipment. So I'm thinking, why don't I move it way forward, like out here, so I could hang it up and work on it, and then once it's done, take it off, move the cord, and then hang it back up again. I don't know if there's a super benefit, because the actual material, the screen fabric, basically has to go down on it on the ground. Like, you lay out something clean, a sheet of plastic, a tarp, you put your screen material fascia down, you put this over it, and then you just start wrapping and scissoring up the ends. And then once you have it clipped and everything, you can then pick the whole thing up and hang it on the wire. So none of that's getting done hung. Once this thing's hung, it's done. The only thing I'm doing is adjusting left and right, and then the tensioning from behind, because it'll weigh different with the screen material on it. Not much different, but that's like fine-tuning the hanging eyelets, and then you're done. And then you're done. So as of right now, I'm just doing notching. The bottom doesn't need to be notched. I could just get the bottom done, which will be very similar. Actually, what I would do, because here, let's pull out a piece, because I haven't done this. You'll do, Peggy, you'll do. Same thing, hot glue gun on the table there, measure, because I'll just mark where these large sections are. Obviously, I can't put the clips there. I did mark it to that side, and I was going to reverse it, so this is where this is going. So put this down, line it up where it's going to line up here, which that's perfect, and then just get a magic mark and go no, 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 but then yes, and then I can hot glue all the clips, and that's going to clip in one place. So Magic markers ahoy, actually a different color than the purple I use, so that I know it's not a mark for like, oh, put a thing here. It's a mark for, no, don't put a thing here. In fact, I'm gonna mark it like this. I'm just gonna draw a line here. And it's relatively accurately. Just to say, hey, no. And then put this up here, and I'm just gonna draw a line here. So now I take this, I know the exact gapping there is 19 and 3/4 and 19 and 19 3/4, and I will divide it up and glue our shit. And I'll try to keep it even across the thing, so I'll take into account this gap and do the even spacing, which just feels like math. I hate it. Oh, I hate it. This is something IT manager's like, I love math, and I'm just like, fuck all this math. I really need a better way to hold this thing, because I can put it on the table like this, but I really want to glue it and everything with it on the V. Let me double check this one is straight and doesn't have a bend or a twist in it. Because, you know, these things have been sitting on my floor for a while. Actually has a little flop to it, but that's normal. Okay, so basically plug the hot glue gun back in. I keep unplugging this hot glue gun. It thinks it's done for the day, but it is not. Moving forward. I fucking hate math. So I quit math. Just quit it. I went with my gut. So here's the finalized length. And I was trying to find a division, like, okay, if I divide it exactly this much, then, you know, it'll be good. And then where I have to skip around the teep junctions, I'll just fudge it a little bit. And it was like so many of them were wrong. I erased the whole thing with alcohol, rubbing alcohol. And what I basically did is wherever I marked that there was a T-junction, I just went about 3/4 of an inch this way and 3/4 of an inch this way. Boom, 2, 2, 2, 2. And then I just filled the gap. 1, 1, 1, 1. Fucking done. Finished the shit. Fuck you. I was so aggravated. I did manage to find these pieces of wood that have 45 cuts though. So it sits nice and straight there. So now this is the filler piece. So there's 12 pieces there. I went and took the additional 4 ones that have to go in the... Yeah, kind of battery death. So I took the additional ones that I had, that I knew were going in the corners, and I just put them there. They're not glued in place, but there's one there, one there, one there, and one there. So those are out of the equation. They're where they're going to be, just like on the other side, so I don't have to fucking worry about them. And then I started calculating out what I have left. And if I put 12 of them there, and I'm going to need another 12 of them for the other side, and then I'm going to have, I had 8 left, which means these short pieces get 4 and 4. And that's it. That's how I've done the math now. So it's basically, it's just, wait, I gotta make sure I do this right. This is the piece where you can fuck it up, because if I do this with the tab wrong, I'm gonna mess up the world. So let's verify. Let's walk this in place. We're doing opposite. So that's long and that's short. So this is long, swinging around. No, that's backwards. We were correct the other way. This is where it's going to be going down like this. So here. So this piece, I want to make sure that it's marked properly. This is the end piece that's getting glued. Here is our thing. We need to have it like this with our tabs like that. All right, that's what I wanted to double check, because if they were the wrong way, time to start 3D printing for 5 hours. Yeah, so we're just gonna take where we marked it. We're just gonna go some arbitrary amount left and right of it and just put this fucking thing in place. There's one. I'm gonna stay consistent to like the distance I was doing on the other one. There's 2. So now I'm going to go far to the edge of this one, because this is where where the cut is. I may print something double wide of this to put it behind there, or I could just put it right there and have the notch. You know what? I don't have enough of these. I really need more of them. That's going to be supported on the end. This is going to go somewhere in the halfway point. So I'm just going to look at it. I'm going to eyeball this now. This is this. I'm not doing it wrong. I'm just doing it the Z way. So this is going to be supported. That's the middle. That's supported around the thing like I had on the other ones. And now this, I either bring it real close or actually 50-50 it so that the other piece can rest on top of it. Because I don't have an extra. I thought I had more of these than I needed, and I obviously didn't. It's more important, see, but we're still clipping the fucking fabric on here. So I should probably do one like there and then print out another one. Because at the other side, it ends relatively close, within like 3 inches. I'm gonna have to print out another, I'll do another print. Fuck. I have to do another print, I'll do another fucking print. You believe this shit? That's fine, that's fine. Although I'd probably have done 2. I could probably still break this off. If I print another print, then it doesn't matter. Because this one should go here, and then there should be one there. That's what I'm going to do. I was trying this whole time to math this out, but where the joints happen, where I have to join 2 lengths, there's got to be one of these behind it, if not 2, just so it has stuff to lay against. Or else they're going to just pivot off each other. I don't think the tape's going to be enough. So that's it for that one. I have to still do other things, so let's go get the 3D printer turned on. It should be, the bed should be leveled. It's been leveled the last 3 prints, and I've been taking off the plate real gentle. You don't belong here. Make sure there's nothing that flew on there. Okay, we are printing. We are printing. We can do just 2. So I can do either a plate of a bunch of them or just 2. Well, if I do just 2, it'll be faster. Look at that fat groundhog. Fuck. All right, hold on. Taking the camera off. I want you to see him. I'm going to kill his ass. Hold on, we gotta sneak. We're sneaking. Look at that fat. I'm gonna eat your soul. I'm gonna eat your goddamn soul. Calmed myself and my brain, angry fucking fuck you groundhog fuck. So, since I need to do all sorts of work and notch into that, I'm printing 2, by the way. I decided to print 2. I'll just use what I got here to get the one side completely done. On retrospect, if I would have spaced them out instead of 1 inch past the thing on each one of them, it would have been a little bit more even, just a baby bit more even, but it's gonna be fine because we're gonna tuck. And if I'm printing more, I could just add more. Because I haven't glued these in place, they're just sort of gonna clip on. Eventually I'll have to glue them in place so that when the fabric is clipped onto this, it doesn't pull the whole thing around, because the fabric is spandex. So if every one of them has a clip on it with spandex with tension, it's gonna go whoop and the whole beam's gonna twist over, which is why I need to tack this with some crazy glue. But fuck it, we have infinite fucking ones right here. Let's just keep going. So that's fine, because that matches the end with this, with the gap. I'm just gonna put one off the edge of the table because it's probably gonna get glue on. Actually, yeah, we're gonna do it here. We're gonna do a rather light thing. We're gonna go real thin, and we're just gonna shove that. Oh shit. Twist, there we go. Because I'm trying to leave some of it off, just a little bit of it off. It doesn't have to be like massively off, just enough that the other aluminum can hit it. All right, good. So that's our other piece. And I shut that off, so. Oh, I thought it was looping out. It's the old brand new thing. So this is the bottom. We could basically clip this in place. We're done. If we ignore, we're just printing more out for the top row when we do the top one. The bottom one's all I'm concerned with now. So this is the shorty McShorter pants. This one's gonna clip on nice and easy. You're gonna clip on a nice and easy. You do a good job. Beautiful. Now this one, I've not clipped one on that's 8 feet long before, so I shouldn't have to deal with that piece of wood. This piece of wood I have to deal with. I'm gonna push this in, and it should still allow gapping. because it was a little bit, it's a little bit lower now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because that has pieces on the end. Actually, wait, shit. I may have to warm the hot glue gun back up for, oh, it's not turned on. I never did the 4 corner pieces, the pieces I put in place and talked about. These, they're just sitting here. So warm up the glue gun for another minute. Come here, go in that order, under that circumstance and that sound. And then once those are in place, then I can just pop that whole bottom row in. Because it's going to be hard to do if it's in place. So, here we have a paper towel. Is it still? It's pretty good. Ready? Go. We're on a timetable now. Squidge. Line up. Squidge. Line up. Squidge. Now this one I just slid over it, so I'm going to slide it away. Oh God, please. Oh, it can't slide anymore. Fuck. Sorry, we have a gap. We've got a gap. Slide in, line up, put over, and squidge. So that might actually be glued in place there. And the fourth one here. Slide away. Why am I using black glue sticks? Because it's in the tool. It's what's been in the tool for years, and I have extra. I actually have. This is the second to last one, and the last one's on the table. So why not? It actually lets you see your mistakes more. So you have to be a real baller if you're going with black glue sticks, because white glue sticks can kind of hide the bad. Black glue sticks, not so much. Turn this off. I won't be needing that until those are done printing. We are going to clip the 8-footer in now that that's done. Take a knee, boys. Take a knee. It's nice that these are right here because I know exactly where they're lining up. They're just going to line up right atop of that. I may have to do this in sections. There's 1, 2, 3. And then if I wiggle it a little bit over, put my wrist here. There we are, lining up on that, completing that, which is going to leave a slight gap here. But I'd rather have a gap here than in the middle of nothingness, because I could just fill this with hot glue or felt, any number of things. Not to mention the fact that this is rather low anyway, so I'm going to have to do a double piece of that felt tape. Because it was supposed to line up straight, but I might have glued it in place slightly off. Well, you're going to have little pieces of hot glue foam everywhere. Hot glue gun come everywhere. But now, we're well past halfway. Boom, 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 boom. We've got our edges. We're edging right now. I'll just have to get in there and then with a straight edge, figure out how much material I need to build up on these corners, if any. There, I definitely need it. This is much closer to perfect. I don't know, it could just be the geometry when I put it in place. This, that's really almost perfect, and we'll have to do this. So now, it's back to getting on your knees and figuring out how the fuck you're notching. If I had my drill press set up with one of those bits that eats material, I can just push it in there. Unfortunately, I don't think I have one of those drill bits. I've got several specialty drill bits. Do my bidding. We are at 7% of this new print for just 2 extra pieces, just 2. I'll probably do 2, I'll probably do another 2. It'll still be faster than trying to print like 9 more pieces all at once. I don't have the technical, my friend did all the editing of this, so I don't know how to actually do it yet. I'm just the guy that hits print. Anyway, the material, the pieces I'm talking about. Oh, wait a second. Will that work? If I put this in my drill press and press against it, will this cut away material? You know what? I fucked up. I have small extra pieces of the aluminum out in my garage, like 3-4 inch, 6-inch pieces. I'd be able to test this theory. Let me go get those. Because this will make, if I can put this in the drill press and just go nyeh, 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 then it'll be so much easier. I'm pissed. I was gonna go to a barbecue place near me for lunch, and I left at like 11 o'clock to go to the hardware store, and they don't open till 2. And I'm like, well, fuck. I mean, it's a Thursday or whatever. So I'm like, all right, I've been home for a bit. I want to get them for dinner. They close in a half hour. They close at 7. What the fuck? 2 to 7. Anyway, here are the little pieces, and here's what I got set up. I got this way at the top. I got the light on. I got the biggest thing, and I even marked it with a pencil to say this is what you want to do. And I'm tempted to put my gloves on because it's a very sharp piece of aluminum that's probably going to get kicked. Now, gloves are both a lifesaver, and they'll rip your fucking hand off. My brother nearly lost his hand as a machining job because any spinning tool you really shouldn't have a glove. I'm gonna go with one. Just need to be able to grab the sharp edge of this and then kick it in. Now, which direction? We are spinning this way, so if it gets caught, it's gonna kick out and not drag in. I also can't see over the thing, so it's gonna be sort of a guess. And if I'm doing this with that long piece, it's gonna be a fucking 8-foot piece I'm doing this multiple times with. So I'm just going to gently feed it into the side of that and see if we can even get a bite. I don't know what my RPMs are at. Medium. I may have to slow this down. We'll see. It's pushing. Yeah, it does not like that. All right. New plan. I'm trying to think, if I stand that up and rest the weight on that, is it going to break everything? It's not a lot of weight, and the flaps are up in the back. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to decide how much, before I start killing myself literally with this. We need to get some of the clips, and I got to see exactly. Do I glue this on there with like just a touch, just a fucking tap it? Is there any glue left in this? Oh yeah, there you go, just that. I'm going to just apply that there. Nope. It literally was so cold it dried immediately upon touching the aluminum. So, you know what that means. Time for the second best thing ever invented. After me. Blue tack, which the blue is over there. I have some blue tack that I was using before. I just want to get this sort of in the right position so I could see exactly how much I've got to notch that fucking thing out. Although it's going to be hard for me to tell because it's going to be rotating and I won't be able to like eyeball. I guess I can just go flat and then just assume a little bit of an angle because there was just a little bit of a tilt to this to make it clear things. So I'm basically building a check template using blue tack, which blue tack is actually very thick compared to like what hot glue is going to do. So there. Go to the very edges and squeeze. Nice. This is called being a professional blue tack enthusiast. This is an R blue tack. If there is, I better become a moderator. There's nobody pimps this shit as hard as I do. Change my channel from audio to blue tack, just pure blue tack. All blue tack news all the time. New formula coming out from, you know, Cheng Wei's Studios or wherever the fuck makes formulas for this shit. Click, click. So that's perfectly flat. That's the slightest angle. How much? Oh, it's barely any. But I have to accommodate for the nuts too. So It looks like we're gonna be doing, yeah, that's the correct angle. Looks like I'm gonna have to make it so that half a nut basically, giggity. So pull that off, pull these off. I have more of those nuts. Those are 1/4 nuts, and they come in 2 sizes, so I'm gonna have to make sure that I can fit the largest one. Oh, I don't have any nuts. All the nuts are on the thing. Fuck. Well, let's remove a nut. Actually, I have to remove these center ones anyway, completely. So I can take both nuts off the top, so. It's an order of operations. It's an order of operations. All right. I'll actually have more nuts, so I may not even need to buy more nuts, because I'll be sacrificing all 4 of these will come off, and I'll be putting them on the other sides, because I need doubled nuts on the bottoms, not the tops as much. Do I really need double nuts on the top? Not really. It really only needs to lock to the bottom. And I could use thread lockers, so there's a larger nut. Whatever half the diameter of this out is what I've got to notch out of the aluminum, so like that. So now I'm going to figure out the, I love the grinding sound. This, I believe, this particular drill bit is not designed to start a hole. This is one of the big ones. I think this is designed to just ream out a hole that is already existing. So that's why it doesn't really have cutter heads there. Come on. Yeah, that's not a hole starter there. That's just put in a hole that already exists and we'll deal with it. Love how I didn't even fucking bother it because it's titanium. So where are if I go with a small enough one, this one, I might be able to just pierce it and then go down and then clean up the edges. So I'll actually use it as a drill press instead of just a milling machine. I guess that's the job of a milling machine is what I'm trying to do. Love how I have this completely securely attached to the table via nothing, never mind. 1, 2. Now that plywood and shit is coming down, I'm actually gonna get like full pieces of plywood and cover all these. Because right now this is all just a scrap I've had lying around. It's perfectly fine. So now we bring this up till we're almost there, because I don't have to fucking pull this for more than like a 1/4 inch. There. Down, and I'm definitely gonna have to move this. Actually, last time I did this shit, I just literally leaned it forward and it just stayed here, and I just ran my shit out there. So now let me see if I could do it with that same notch way I marked out. Let me put this nut down. Actually, I did a real good job guessing with that notch way. Don't lose that. I need all the 1/4-20s I can get. This will be a lot less hazardous to hold, although I'm still do not want to put gloves on. Here. I just want to keep the aluminum from fucking my hand up. I'm squeezing it. So perfect. Now if it takes it, I'm just going to let go. And I can do it this way. If I go back a little further, that's almost got our thing. If I start it further back, this will be fine. I have to basically figure out the exact distance. Let's try again. Test, 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 test. Always test. Testing is free usually. Well, that's a big notch. And it actually doesn't open up, but it's the exact diameter. Pretty much that whole thing is the exact diameter I need. I could just come here and file or nibble that away. and we'll get at least our half nut. Maybe I want to go a little bit larger actually, because I want to have a little bit more tolerance left and right. So I think I'm going to switch to this one, and then I'll just have to know where to end, because it should still be, I have plenty of this left to test with. Test, 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 always. Oh. 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 Okay, how are you? Since I'm going to be putting it in, I can't notch the top because that won't work on the drill press. So I've got it sitting in the groove, and I've marked it here based on looking straight down. I'm going to actually make that one a little bit wider there. And now we have these in place. So I'm just going to look down, draw the line, look down, and draw the line. So that's where the notches have to go. That's a separate thing to notch, which I should... Whoa. 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 Now the question is, am I lining this up to the edge here where there's a gap there, or am I touching them together? Which I'd have to get this literally locked in its little groove there, and then I could... This is being very annoying. I could just see that. That's a notch there, and that's a notch there. All right, so I know where my notches now go. Where'd my lid to my pen go? There it is. Okay. And it actually worked out. I put that larger, what are those called? Step bits. Put the larger step bit in, and it worked out really well. I guess I'll do the smaller one first, just to show you what's going to be going on. I'm still wearing my safety glasses, by the way. Look around everything. I bought a bunch of cheap paintbrushes just to brush material off of all my tools. Best fucking investment for like $5. So basically this is going to go in here. I'm going to get enough of a bite to get the entire front as a whole there, and it's going to take it, and then it's going to start opening up. That's when you got to hold it a little bit more solidly. Oh fuck, the handle's hitting it. And it sort of throws it out, and then you just hold it down and you bring it in, and you work it against the shaft. And that is a beautiful notch. Repeat. I don't want to drag this across the fucking good face of this. There's a lot of metal shavings on the end of this, which I guess I'll just put on the table. Guess fuck it. This needs to be reamed a bit, but that one came out good, and this one came out the right size. Just a lot of aluminum on the backside, which I could probably clear off if I was like, no, that's dumb. That's lazy and dumb. Smart and lazy and dumb. Instead, I'm going to do the old, get a fucking, what is this thing called? File. There you go. Audio file. Gotcha. I'm going to do it right here on the edge of the garbage pail. It just needs to be like removed. There, literally it all just fell off. Now I'm going to need to make sure these are smooth enough, because I'm going to be dealing with fabric around this. These holes have to deal with the thing coming through, but fabric is supposed to come around and then go down. So it's going to have to get pulled around this, and I don't want to get caught or snagged. So I'm going to do a real good job with that. I might even put something there, tape, or actually the fabric felt will probably come in really big when I do that. So those two are done. This was the easy one because there's only two and it's look manageable. Now I'm going to take the 8-foot piece. I'm going to shut the camera off so that I could take my sweet ass fucking time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, print's almost done. It's at 92%. I'll see how long it took for that 2-piece prints, but I could start working regardless. Now I have the fun benefit of avoiding the T's with the blue lines and the notches, so I can't go in the middle of the notch. So we're gonna do the same thing. I gotta peel the blue tack off of these. Where's my wad? Here's my wad of blue tack. Oh, and I made sure I placed it on the table in the correct orientation so that I know where I'm putting these on, because I'm gonna put it backwards and wrong. It's gonna be wrong. So it's notch up. So I could either do like I've been doing. Now the top, I feel like it needs a little bit more care than the bottom, as far as like how I'm clipping it on, because if it's gonna drag down, gravity's gonna do that. The bottom is sort of like, just tuck it up, just fucking tuck it up. So I may wait for those two to finish, or I may just start calculating out, because this is like its own separate little world. This is its own separate world. Here's the end. We're gonna need to put at least 1, maybe 2 here, probably 2. And I'll spread this out a little bit more. You know, I'm gonna visualize this. Instead of taking measurements and stuff, I'm just going to go, there's 1 here, so I'm going to put 1 here that represents that one, even though it's not actually here. It's over there. We don't have to glue this one on. And then I need 2 more, just sort of like giving me the evens. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm gonna have to print out more of these. Just fucking do it, because it's the top and you want to be able to notch. Shit, am I gonna have enough? I think about 100 clips. Then I found more clips. So I'll have plenty of clips. So yeah, if I do that, then I do that, and then I do this, because this is the one that's gonna overlap to the other one, so it has to be on the edge. That's a lot. There's fucking 7 of them on this section, so I definitely don't have enough left to do the whole other 8 foot. So I'm gonna print out 2 more. That puts how many? I could reduce it. I could reduce it and do like this. Put this one. Well, no, wait. That's not 7. This is already there. That one doesn't count. That one does not count. That was just there for visual reference. So that's 6 on this section, and that covers the other end where the notch would be, leaving me with 5, 8, 9, 10, 11 on there. I'm gonna have to print out another 2, but I feel like this is the sort of gapping I'm looking for in this final one, which I could just get it to feel right. That's too big. Get it to feel right, and then just glue them in place. Just pick them up, glue, because I want these more even than the bottom. The bottom is just sort of like I did that thing, whatever. This is more art now. So what I'll do is I'll click this back on, let that heat up. Well, all right, I'm gonna plug that back in, let that heat up. The 3D print should be done. Actually, it is done. That's good news. Unplug this. Let's get tossed back under there. Is very good, very much big time. Take the 4 clips off. Don't touch the bed too much while it. Just give it a quick little bend. They're still warm, so they pop right off like fresh baked muffins. Ah, muffins. Muffins. Right back on there. Look at me, another 2. So how long did that take? We'll see how long the print took. Again, we're not trying to, don't manipulate the bed at all, because it's fucking spring loaded. It doesn't auto level. I love this Neptune too. It's done this whole screen, even though I've got a much more expensive printer behind me. Print time 48 minutes. Print again. If you print again fast enough, the bed's still warm. Doesn't cool down because it immediately starts cooling the shit off as soon as it's done. So we got some hot off the presses extras. And I'm gonna do another 2, and that should be enough to dictate my madness. If not, I'll do another 2. It's less than an hour. And I've got to stop soon anyway because I got to make dinner and I got to watch Army of Darkness, which will probably be the last movie on this screen. Evangelion 4.0 was the big movie night. This will be the last like casual movie night, and then it's time to fucking rip my whole shit apart and go back to listening to music. So I'll see you when these things are done. All right, they're on Discord. They're making fun of Ventrilo again. I hate it. Anyway, I just finished Army of Darkness.
Noise suppression's also much better on here, but
now we're gonna get this.
Discord is simple compared to TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak has way too many fucking options.
Okay, this should. Oh God.
Well, what I like is in this specific
rotate.
Server, there's nothing. I appreciate the fact that in Ventrilo, there's nothing in Discord here. There's no channels, no.
That sounded very violent and loud.
Just you show up.
I think it's good.
I like that.
This did not overlap properly. There we go. Okay. There we go. I think that's. Oh, you fuck! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This one's back. Are you? I just had it up. I just took a picture of it. I fucked this one. This one's fucking backwards. You piece of shit, dirty fucking. I hate.
I don't know how that works.
Well, if it's your pick, then you'll be
Science. How?
Okay. They'll remember to switch the
How did I fuck that up?
That's movie announcement.
All right, I have one extra one. I'm gonna try to get this off. It was bound to happen. I mean, I just did like. There's like fucking 13 of them on here. I fucking fucked it up and fucking piece of shit. Oh, good, it's still on. Didn't even shut it off because it's like I knew I was gonna fuck this up.
Yeah, after, like for instance, after Samurai Cop.
Samurai Cop was.
There was a lot of links to interviews with the guy that I put up that I thought was
All right.
cool, extra content.
Which way do I fucking go?
I guess it's fine if that was.
Fucking son of a bitch. Fuck it.
Allow it.
Well, I'm just gonna retract my suggestion.
Okay, put it back on now. Getting this up here took surprisingly little effort. I just put the table there with the 6 foot. I'm like, I need to support more than that. So I took my other table there and I had to add a little piece of wood underneath it because the wood is not, this table's not as tall because that piece is a table, whatever. Point is that, and then the other pieces are almost perfect. They're pushing up a little bit too far to hold the ends up, but everything's supported right now to the level where I'm satisfied. And the reason it's up off the floor is because fuck working on the floor. That's number one. Number two, I need to clean the aluminum all the way around because it's just covered in greasy fingerprints, and I'm going to apply the felt tape. You should have seen me doing it, by the way, because I had to stand with my legs on either side of this and pick it up and then put it down and then get my legs out of that without destroying my screen. It's great. It's fucking great. We're gonna need alcohol. This is like 99% alcohol. It's like the good stuff. This is like the food grade murder ball stuff. But that's fine. That's what I'm into. So I'm just gonna give this a spray. Everyone needs a paper towel roll everywhere in their house. I have paper towel rolls in my garage, paper towel rolls in my basement. Kitchen's got 2 of them, obviously. But yeah, I'm just gonna give this a wipe, get all the fingerprints off, and then we'll discuss tape. Before I go and start with the taping, did the cleaning, now I gotta go around and I gotta glue the bits that were not glued in. So I have to try to squeeze a little bit, at least under here. Because these are the points that are going to be the most visible if they're not secured. So that's there. I think I don't have every edge. Yeah, this edge. That's fine. Expected that to happen. I'm an adult. It's fine. And if you get runoff, don't burn yourself by pushing your finger into it. Just let it harden, and you can put it back. A little close to this perfection that is. Okay, that's glued. That's glued. Did I glue here? This looks like there's glue under it, and it is attached. That's glued. Snake your way around. Glued, not glued. Not lewd either. We're just going to try to line it up the best we can. We're going to do a lot of taping where we build this up. And I don't know whose fault that is, where this is just slightly too low. It might be because that's one of the original prints. One of these prints is an original print, and there's some new. Like that lines up perfectly. That's perfect. But then here, I'm going to have to pick that off. That's attached. And then I think this side, yeah, I have to give, I'm gonna pop this clip up a little bit actually. Yeah, I did it again. That was mostly holding on its own anyway. And it's on the bottom. So now we're gonna let the glue dry, or cool. It doesn't really dry, it cools. I shouldn't need this again. I'm gonna turn it off. Put that down. So once we have stuff popped out, pillow full of strings, we shouldn't need to go back around with any of the, yeah, I'm just gonna get any lumps off. Smooth enough. You know, we're not gonna see much from the screen because once we put the fabric on, the, I'm sorry, the felt tape, yeah, I know you're gonna fall again. Just wanna make sure there's nothing that's gonna be above fabric level. So I'm picking off as much of this as I can with my fingernails. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. So now that I made it high enough to work on, because I hate bending, I'm gonna vacuum again. So we are good to go with the felt tape. Now, I had a realization after turning the cameras off that I'm gonna need to felt tape these center bars too, which is unfortunate because that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 extra feet that I may not have in felt tape. I have another roll of 4-inch wide tape that I could use, and that's just because light is going to pass through. When you walk behind my projection screen there, light, even though it's going through the ivory and bouncing back, whatever doesn't bounce back passes through, hits the black, and the black absorbs. But if I stand behind there, I could still see the light. And the problem is if you have a white surface behind the material, odds are, especially a shiny white surface, you're gonna see it just reflect whatever little bit of light back through the black again, and it may not even be there, but I'm not gonna take that chance. So I have a choice of either spray painting these verticals, which I don't know if I have any black spray paint, number one. Number two, I'd have to do it here in the basement because this isn't coming out and going apart again. If I would have realized this before, I could have maybe roughed it up and spray painted there, but the tape is so much easier. I'll have to obviously clean all that with alcohol and then go again. This is 40 feet. This is a little bit more than almost 5. Just 5, 10, and then these are, that's 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 is 22 feet plus 10. This will allow me to get 1 or 2 of these probably done on this roll. And then after that fact, I'm gonna have to go digging into my extra stuff. So yeah, this is just a nice felt tape, the end. And I'm gonna start with a small straight piece here. Get a scissor, and you don't have to do it like one continuous. Don't do it in like multiple sections, but try to get it done in a way that, where's my scissor? Try to get it done in a way that you can handle it and you don't drop it and I pick it up and oh shit, I gotta drop and pick it up. I'm also gonna wrap it around the edges, which is going to make it interesting to cut. Actually, stop. What I need is a chair and a straight edge first. Where's my rolly ball chair? All right, I'll explain in a second. Just realized I had this camera in 5000K color, which is why everything looked yellow and orange, and I can't fix it because it's on the camera. So, yeah, enjoy the rest of this in actual color. So what I've got here is my straight edge, and I'm just going to put it here along the length, and I'm gonna see how fucking far down we are. And that's a pretty good gap of light. So at least this direction here, both directions roughly. I'm gonna have to bulk this up with a first layer of this. So I'm basically just going to, I do it on a diagonal and do 2 layers. That might be the way to do it. Instead of doing here and there, I'll just cut like that and like that, just to build up height, because I got to cut it exactly around the aluminum, and it'll be easier to deal with if it's, let's see, if I'm doing this side first, just cut it. There's going to be a roughness period. Oh, I could hang it on the thing. Nope, can't do that. So it's going to expose the adhesion. This is nice and new tape, just got it on Amazon, so we should be good. And I don't actually need to touch any of this. None of this is going to be on the, what's it called? So I'm going to do this, and then we're just going to peel back, lay the scissor down, not the hammer, the scissor. Everyone says lay the hammer down. That's bullshit. You got to lay the scissor down. And we're just going to gently trim. I could probably use a razor blade. Everyone's like, why are you using a razor blade, Zeus? Scissors cut easier. And I'm going to be fine with this as long as I know. Okay. Cutting adhesive materials, by the way, is a real pain in the ass, because since it's adhesive, it sticks to the scissor. Now I can just wrap this around the edges. I don't have to cut that any shorter, because we're going to come around anyway. And this is another layer that's going to have to be built up around there. So push that little bit down the corner. I could feel it's already, we need probably 1 more of these to really straighten it out. And I don't have to do this on all of them, but I'm gonna end up doing that. You get the point, right? Yeah. Come back a little further now, because I gotta build up to the edge. Spider! Sorry, spider bro. But I have a good record down here with no spiders, so I'll be back. I eventually realized I should pull out the 4-inch tape, so I could just do a 1 piece and wrap it around, which is what I did. For those 2 corners, that corner is perfect. That corner is like textbook. In fact, I'm going to take the camera off, turn on the screen, and actually look to show you. Like that's just like, that perfectly lines up. So as soon as I put the piece of felt over this, it's going to be invisible. These other ones needed just a little bit of lift to fill in that gap. So now, oh, by the way, the adhesive on the 4-inch tape is so much better than the adhesive on this one. But I'm not concerned, because it's going to stick regardless. So now we're going to do that. 27% battery on this. I guess we'll do that side first, considering I started on that side and I got all the shit ready to bust my ass on. This is the actual screen material in these boxes. We are going to go, and we're going to go, I didn't fill this in so I don't have to cover that. I have to still cover it. I just made everything level. So now we're going to stretch this out 1 whole run there. Give this a little bit of a bend. So now that's edge to edge. I'm probably not going to wrap around the top. Should I wrap around the top too? I don't think I have to, because I mean I'm going to be going on the edge, so it should be fine, because then I'll do the rest with that. So I fold this just to mark it. I remember this stuff being really expensive. I guess I made it cheaper by removing the adhesive. Yeah, this stuff has like white crazy doodle backing adhesive. That's a thing, look it up. Like that's the back of the 4-inch stuff, and the back of the 2-inch stuff is just an adhesive layer. Should be fine, should be fine. This is a commitment point, by the way, just yanking off nearly 5 feet of adhesive backing. And I'm sure there's a better way I should be doing this. Oh, don't let it touch itself. Whoa, that would be, I'd be a mess. And of course, some of it didn't come off because, I don't know. I cursed when I was a child. And this is my karma right now, this little bit. So I have pretty good arm span, so I should be able to just do right up to the line there, pulling taut, and then I'm just gonna actually just finger it where I want it down in a couple spots. Up, 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 and then we come across, run back. Don't try to do the fold in one go. Like I'm trying to fold it over the back. Give it like a half fold. Go back and forth a few times. You'll make the curve a lot easier, trust me. So now, there's just a little bit of a bump there, which we shouldn't see in the fabric, thanks to the angle. Because if you forget, one of the reasons there's corner pieces printed and all these other pieces printed is because we're actually implementing an angle, a tilt to the angle iron, to the aluminum, so that the fabric doesn't just come down and the whole thing is flat, because there's a chance that this edge will rise up and you'll see a seam. So it's tilted so that it comes off the outside edge and then should float above the inside edge. We'll see how all that works. On this, unlike the actual completed screen, if I push it in, you can see that edge. But it's a piece of aluminum and it's curved, so it's very gentle if you do see it. This one, I'm worried it's going to be a little bit more because I've got such sharp edges on this. Also, a lot of damage happened to this aluminum, so there's like some marred edges. But once I cover it with tape, that doesn't matter. So there's one corner, and it came out pretty fucking, like it looks, sort of look pro. And I may have to cover this as well. I may, I don't think I have enough tape to cover all this, like to cover everything in the middle. I may ignore the middle for now, because I could always go behind the material and add something. So we'll see how bad the reflection is through the material after it's up and hung. Because I could just take this tape, buy another roll of it, go whoop, and do that. So now, do this one, and then I'll be back when I'm done with maybe just this one, and then we'll see how the long ones go. Okay, I tweaked my method on that side where I didn't peel off the entire back and then try to lay it down. I just peeled as I went. And I think because I can do that, I'm going to do that for the entire length of this. So let's, and I want to keep this sort of clean. It is perfect black. I'm just going to sort of like drop that son of a bitch on the floor and pull it over the top. Come on. Oh, it's doing a thing. It's doing a bad thing. Don't be doing bad things. Bad things bad. Haven't you read the memo? Bad things tend to be bad, although that's probably not bad that it did that. So, bring it all the way over here. I can't overlap that one because that's for that side, and if I do, it'll be a height. So I got to start it here at the fascia. And we'll see if I can do this. Now this side's also a pain in the ass because I've got the vertical mounts. This is the top. Ideally, I should start on the bottom where it wouldn't matter as much, but I'm not going to because I'm an idiot. So we're going to pull this back enough to get a bite. Grab it here. And we're going right here. So I've got it lined up with that piece of tape and over the aluminum and down. And down. And this will also, now this isn't just to stop reflections, in case you don't know why I'm actually putting this on here. The other reason I'm putting all this felt tape on is so this prevents the fabric from trying to pull over the shiny, slidey aluminum. So it takes up the imperfections of the aluminum. It prevents the fabric from sliding. Here's the gap we're covering over. And it prevents reflection. So it's multi-part discount. Doing lots of good. And we're not trying to stretch this either. You don't want it to be stretched because then it'll decide one day to just unstretch. And when it does, it's gonna suck. It'll be a movie that you really looking for, the Super Bowl. It'll be like, I'm just gonna curl up and make waves now. All right, drop that for a second. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going. Scissors are there. We're gonna need those when we hit the end. It's kind of hard to see where this is. Hot glue strings are just everyone's bane. Wait, was Bane Batman's bane of existence? The bane of my existence. Is that what that? Where's that term come from? The term Bane, or do they name Bane after? Like, I'm assuming the bane of my existence is something from like Shakespearean age. So did they name Bane the comic book character because of that? It would make sense. There's something very nice about black felt, by the way. Like, if you've never owned a roll of this, get it. Just put it along the edge of your desk. Just put a fucking felt strip on the front of your desk and just be like, oh my God, how have I lived without this? All right, I'm now going to, in the complete shadows, line that up. This cuts a hell of a lot easier than the 4-inch stuff. I'm about 1/16 of an inch too long, which is the worst amount because cutting a 1/16 of an inch off of adhesive backed felt tape is a skill that people have to develop over time. Okay. So now we've got a fun task of walking back and forth and feeling this bitch up. And now we're going to do the same thing with the bend. I'm not sure how I'm not getting a rope burn from this. My hand just falls off. I have to deal with where the nuts are for the vertical holds. It looks like they cover it, but this is a soft fabric and it should not really affect it too badly. All right, final pass should be the down pass. Right there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be careful around those. Yes. I can feel when I'm pushing it down, it's like trying to wave forward. So you want to do like a half pass again. No, Jesus. I push the whole thing. Too much lateral force. I just don't want these things leaning on its weight because this does not design for this. Like if you ship a television, they're not supposed to be laying their back. It's supposed to be vertical. This will be much happier once it's hanging vertically. I removed the nuts, by the way, from this so they can get pulled as far as that down. And then these remain, and I doubled up the nuts top and bottom so I could lock both in place wherever. Taking this out of here might become priority. So, because I'm gonna have to flip this. When fabric time comes, I need a helper. So one of my friends is gonna have to show up. I'm gonna have to cover this floor with a tarp or clean plastic, put the fabric down, flip this completely over, lay it felt side onto the back of the fabric, which will be both the black and ivory, and then clip, 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 pull, clip, pull, pull, clip, and then get it up, and then check for any sort of droop, because I have no idea how it's going to hang with a 60-inch wide span of spandex. Like that one was sort of like I knew what it was going to do. We may have to pull it a little bit tighter, may have to pull the sides more than the top. We'll find out. Anyway, I'm going to do the bottom one now, just like I did this one, and it'll be fun. Always play music while you're working. It doesn't matter the genre. Okay, so all done. I was doing over there and I forgot to pick off one of the pieces of hot glue at the seam. And I'm like, oh, and I felt it and I just peeled it up a little bit. Good. And then I went back around and I actually had to add tape to that corner that was perfect, because the corner that was perfect, except I had taped the edges, like these back edges, of all other 3 corners, and that didn't have it. So I went back and I put a piece of tape just around the far back edge, and then I realized all 3 other corners also just needed the very back edge where the 3D printing was to, because the fabric's going to wrap around. I don't want to have rough 3D printed edge there. So wrapped the 3 outside, or all 4 outside edges for that matter, with the thicker 4-inch tape, and we're done. This is it. You know what I could actually test? I have extra pieces of PVC pipe. I could put it behind that because it's the same screen material. Presumably, I don't know if it's changed over the last 6 years, but I could just stand up a piece of pipe back here and see if I can see it through the screen. It would be better if I didn't know where it is. Why is that there? There's an aluminum roofing nail in my screen. These used to be in my kitchen in my apartment, in case you need to stab someone with a roofing nail. So where does this go? Sorry, Danny, I almost hit Danny. Yeah, so the only thing I'm not dealing with right now is how it's interacting with this, because it's not notched out around the holes, but it shouldn't have to be. I still have only a vague thought of how I'm going to deal with the fabric coming around where there's something here. Ideally, these wouldn't be here, and you would just be able to wrap the fabric around perfectly. So I'm probably going to end up going around, and it's going to be tensioned against this. I really need to get this thing. It's going to be rough. The top part is going to be rough. The top's where you want to have the best attachment point, and I'm dealing with this shit. So it's going to be interesting. And like I said, I have to deal with this being shiny silver, because that is just not going to fly in the world of a projector hitting it, because 16:9 projector is still going to be projecting up here and below the screen. It's just going to hit nothing, and it's going to be black projection. It's going to be projecting black bars. But the silver won't care. The silver will see any little bit of light coming out that and bounce right into your eye. Which is why the verticals on my old projection screen, when this went up and down the house, the verticals that stuck up past were also covered in black felt, so that you wouldn't see that. So yeah, I think I'm done with this part of it. I'm just gonna clean up a bit. I made one of those messes. I'm working here, I don't care, drop on the floor, I'll deal with it later. Well, now is later, so I'm gonna clean up. And this is how much we've got left of that whole roll. So if I do actually want to cover, do I have even enough to do 2? I don't even think I have enough to do 2 of the verticals. The point is, buy this stuff and leave it around your house. It's super useful sometimes. Nope. I literally have like that much left. Thank God I didn't fix the corners too violently, or I would have definitely run out of this before I accomplished things. All right, nothing's changed. I just realized something. My friend probably won't be here for a couple more days, so I'm just gonna leave it here. Just leave it here. Just leave it here, and then when we get here, flip it over. Problem is, I don't want it resting on the middle supports, pushing them this way. Because, you know, with extra weight we've got on there now, if they bend forward and crest past where the fabric's going to be, that's bad news bears. So I'm going to record this, because this is going to suck. I'm going to try to flip this the other way. Just flip it the other way. And I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be capable of doing that by myself safely. But we have science and tape measures and 59 inches and 58 inches, so I can't just straight flip it here, although that would also add. So I'm gonna have to lift it, move, roll, and then put it back down. I could just take it off the table. If I put that there, it's gone. Ideally, I would just move the fucking wire here temporarily and just hang it up like laundry, because that's the state it's going to be happiest in. But I'd have to detach it, and then I can't use the projection screen, which I'd still kind of want to do for the next few days while I'm waiting. So this is just it's just like a paranoia thing. Like, maybe won't bend. Maybe none of these will bend, but if they do bend, screwed. So I was looking, I might be able to rest it on vertically for a second. I might be able to stand it up, lean it against the fucking current projection screen, and then move the tables and put it back down on the floor. Although I put it back down on the floor, it's gonna be felt side down, and that's gonna make a mess. This is gonna be an ugly mess. But I vacuumed the floor pretty recently, so maybe that's what I'll do. It seems like the most logical thing is to just rely on resting it on its base. So let's just, first we'll let those pieces of wood fall. Then we're gonna lift this up, get the other piece of wood to fall. Slidey, slidey, slidey. Lift, slide, lift, down, and we're leaning against the heresies. I'll just leave it like that. So yeah, no, that's just, my worry is that we're resting on the 3D printed pieces, but they should be strong enough. I honestly, I could just probably walk that thing around and put it behind everything and just clear this area. But you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna hang it up on the string. That's dumb because the string has to move. But I think I'm just gonna store this in the back, which involves undoing all my magnetic buddies here. Come on, these goddamn strong ass magnets doing strong ass magnet things. Yes, there we go. So I'll just zip zoob, give this a little push. Ow, my knees. Ow, my knees. Ow. It's fine. And then hopefully bugs, spiders, termites don't eat this thing. Fuck. I say that because this is a very important power cord. This has to get unplugged here. And that's for the seats. So, there we go. Trying to keep this place relatively nice. Okay. Weighs a little bit more now that the aluminum's been attached. A lot of head turning. Like, am I good this way? 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 Oh shit. I don't want to rest it on wires or anything because we do have felt on that side. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you for stopping by. Just wanted to, in case anything terrifying happened, I wanted to film it. Like it just shattered like half the things. Trying to make sure there's not like more lean. Actually, there's more lean on that side than this side. I want it to sit relatively comfortably. Again, days of sitting still and not hanging perfectly from the ceiling can make plastic not happy. So ideally I'd have a more ideally, I love saying the word ideally. I could tell you about the ideal world, I just can't build one for you. But I would have a line on the floor that says exactly the same distance of this all. Like this is, look at this. Why is this floating here? It looks like it's pretty standard distance. Unless I'm correcting a twist that's already in it. So that touches. I slide this forward. Ooh, I can't slide it on the floor. The felt is literally grabbing the floor. Okay. Fragile. Fragile. Here you can see the corners that I wrapped in fabric. And here are the clips that we're going to clip all the screen material to once it's wrapped around. And then just slice off the excess and we should be good. Oh, there won't be much excess because the material is 60 inches wide. This is 50, what did I just say? 58 inches wide, 59 inches high. So it's gonna be stretched fully to accommodate this. And then the ends are just clip, 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 clip. Black glue, clip, 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 clip. And then we're done. Then we hang it on the string, which I should relocate this where it belongs. Okay, so here we are. A few days later, I put that back there. There's old screen there. I'm currently live streaming, and what we're going to do today on live stream, which I'm not going to show you guys, is basically disassemble this, move this the hell out of the way, move the cable to where it belongs, hang the raw frame skeleton up. I bought crazy glue. I bought lots of crazy glue. Always buy these like minis, so you get like 4 of them, so that you can, because they're gonna go bad as soon as you use one. That's it. If you use one for one task, you throw it out. It's basically useless. So what we're gonna do is we're going to lock this from rotating. That's the way it currently is. It is clipped on, but it will still rotate. And we need to get the angle set right. I'm gonna put a square on this, and then we're gonna go glue, 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 while it's hanging in the correct spot. Then I'm gonna take it off of the cord, and we're gonna put it on the floor, which will dress up, be nicer, and start stretching the screen material. And how we're gonna deal with this, TBD. Hey, look, you can finally get a scale of how big this stupid screen is.
I'm 5'11", by the way.
Never tell a woman that. You're 6 foot and 1 micrometer. Micrometer? No, micrometer is a measuring tool. So it's up backwards right now. So this is the fascia here with the felt. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go around, we're gonna get the thing, and we're gonna glue, and we're gonna check. Oh yeah, baby, she looks good. And then we've moved this to 3 feet from the wall and tensioned it probably as hard as we're ever gonna tension it. Like, I feel like any more than that is gonna be dangerous shit. So, like, I was thinking about eye protection at that point. So now it's time to glue things. Okay, so here I've just opened this up and I'm just doing like this. Look, little touch. We checked with the straight edge to make sure that we're still holding the correct angle. And I'm just gonna put this right here on every one of them. And that's it. Well, that's it for the verticals. Now I gotta do these weird horizontals without dripping it onto my hands.
Here, but I can't make out the fucking...
No, it's fine. The numbers is talking about this. Anyway, were you here in the last time I turned this camera on? That's Turismo King 89. Here's the black that I bought that I was originally gonna put in the back, and that was the extra heavy duty stuff, which is way too thick. We're gonna go into these boxes here, which you've now completely painted ourselves into a corner.
Pick up? Yeah, look.
No, yeah, just start grabbing things.
Motherfucker.
No. No mothers.
You're gonna make me do this all
Just
night.
grab the button. No, what are you doing? Just grab the boxes.
You fucking didn't help me, so fuck off.
This is why you can't get good help in America.
Now we can walk here.
These, in case you didn't watch me unbox these, infinite little clippy clips. I think way more than I'd ever need. Just throw that shit anyway.
And some nuts.
Did you actually throw it? I thought I saw it go up. My brain did a thing. I should mention we've retensioned the cable with the screen on it.
Fine as fuck.
This is how light the actual.
White?
This is the black.
Oh, it's so white. It doesn't weigh anything.
Yeah, this is the correct material, not that stuff. That stuff is like 5 times heavier.
White and then black.
We need to put on ivory and then black. So anyway, this is what we're doing. What? It's not white though. I did a test. White's worse.
It doesn't need to be exact.
Are your hands clean, or did you just touch your balls lately?
My hands.
So
Yeah, don't water.
I cleaned this as much as we could. We got some thing off of it. This will probably take a full day to like get the wrinkles out of it. I don't really want to steam it. There you go. And this should be excessively wide because it only came in yards. I think I got 5 yards, so it's like, no, it could have been 5 yards, 4 yards. Lengthwise, yes. Widthwise, no. Just lay it down. Let's get this out and straight. Yeah, all these wrinkles will either come out or I have a handheld steamer. I built a projection screen outdoors once for a Halloween party, and I built it the day of, and Halloween was like a misty night. And the next day I went out and it actually shrank and yanked all the fuck. It shrank so much that it pulled itself apart.
Was it spandex?
It was a different material. It wasn't as stretchy as spandex. Yeah, we are going to.
It's still pretty thick.
Yeah, but I've done the testing with it and it's not as bad.
Well, if you put clip liner and tame those fucking highs a little bit, it's fine.
Okay. So now I'm gonna lift this entire nightmare up and throw it over the table. There we go. That's better. I feel betters. Ready? Oh, we're gonna have to hold these to lift them up, aren't we? Yeah. That sprang into me like a guitar. I'm off. You off? All right. Gets it. Yeah. The diagonal this way, we're going to be just pulling it right around. There's going to be no cutting necessary. Once we get the ends over, then we have to concern ourselves a bit. How do you want to start? I think the middle here, we just...
Actually...
I would go boom, boom, and then...
The ends first, and then wrap fucking top and bottom.
What do you mean? Like stand it up with it just on the ends? It'll drape too much.
We'll do both sides, and then wrap top and bottom.
Yeah, no, that's no problem with that. We'll start... Yeah, we could start with the very, very top. As long as we are pulling... As long as we have enough material that goes past. That's another reason I want to kind of do like maybe these corners. Because we're going to redo them. We could take it off, pull more, and put the clip back on. We just need to get it mostly in shape so we know it's going to make it. Grab the little box that's open. Or take out another box we're probably going to need at least.
You grab the box?
I have a box. So, this light is blinking on my forehead, right?
Yes.
Confirm.
It's on red.
We're going to be on our knees for quite a bit, but Brandon was a Marine. He knows all about being on your knees all day for other people doing their business. So let's do this. We've got quite a lot. I think we're going to need this. I did that. I kicked it on purpose. So,
12 in here.
all right, you know what? Let's see. I can't start dead center because we don't know if we've got an even up and down. We got... Here.
Are we doing sides, or are we doing these first?
Here first. Here first.
Do you want to make sure that it reaches top to bottom?
Oh, it will. You're going to test right here. This is yours. That's mine. This is our first thing, just to make sure we have some sort of semblance. Now, we have to do both the black and the ivory. So here, I'm going to just start by doing this. And by the way, this is the first time we're testing to see if this works, so.
It's going to be a pain in the balls.
I'm going to leave like an inch. I'm going to leave like an inch past. Look, here. I'm putting like an inch past, and I'm just going clip.
Let me,
So it's your turn.
grab both of these.
So this is basically what we're going to be looking at. So just put an inch past because we could always add more, take away more.
Like that?
Yeah, perfect. We're going to end up probably putting all these on, taking all of them off, and putting them on individually one at a time as we tension and go along. Because once we have it hanging in its position, it's just a matter of... No, you can't. They're going to stick up. It's just going to always stick up. That's the only thing I got to be concerned with when I like lift it up. Don't knock those off and knock 15 of them off in a row.
Pull any of it, or if it like when you pick this up, if it just shifts.
So I'm going to do this one now because this one is just... We're just obviously going to have a crazy amount of excess. So here, just pull that over. I hate that we have to actually shape these. I need a third person here. Where's Dan?
Oh.
Dan, build me a machine that automatically opens these. This is bullshit. I would have spent an extra 50 cents if I could get these, like, pre-opened.
So how many do you have going top to bottom? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
There's
6,
9.
7, 8, 9,
9. Yeah, we're just going to clip one side, then go to the other side, and then we actually have to start tensioning. The tensioning does not involve... Why are you throwing those in the middle of that?
So we'll just be able to like reach up.
You will. All right, I'm just going to go... I need to be able to see them. They're actually pretty well hidden. There you go. Are we off the material here? I don't think we are. 2. And luckily the dirt that's on the floor of this basement is mostly a light white colored dirt. It's not like black, you know, soot that'll screw up the screen.
Mostly like dust.
Yeah, it's basically the paint being ground into dust. I got this last one. So now, I'm going to do the second one here, by the way, just because I think 2 would be stronger. Yeah, there's a K in it. So now, all that shit you threw in the middle, forget it, because we're going to go give a slight... We got to give at least some tension on that side.
Your one's here.
I have no here. It's covered.
Yeah, but if your first one's really...
Oh yeah, no, there's a different number on top and bottom. The top has way more and more consistent than the bottom because I didn't.
Keep it from, yeah.
No, because I didn't print out enough. I like
So
how
we're gonna keep going, just working away.
No. We're gonna come all the way to this end and we're gonna pull it as hard as we think we can, and then do this side, and then go back and try to do. So this is how I would do it if I was doing this alone. But when we do the top and bottom, it's gonna be you and me pulling.
What you need to do right now, your right hand, grab both things, pick the frame up, and then pull it out, and then set the frame
Well,
up.
first I'm gonna make a couple of these into the actual shape that we fucking need.
I just did that.
Oh, you didn't do it for me. Anyway, the point is, where Turismo King comes in is when he's on that side and I'm on this side, and we're going pull, do, pull, do, pull, do. And then we're probably gonna have waves in it, and then we're gonna go back and we're gonna have to pull the width. Yeah, it's gonna be put on and take off probably.
It won't take that long.
No, my biggest fear is, I didn't even consider it, is actually, can we take these?
Yeah, you can take them out.
Oh, that's an operation and a half though. And if you fuck one up,
It's in the pack anyway. It's not that bad.
you could take the actual thing off. We'll see how annoying it gets.
Yeah, so you forget where you fucking put them.
Oh, I know exactly where I put them. Wherever you sleep, be nice and comfortable. All right, I've got enough of these made. We could start. Now, the big thing about the felt on the front side is it grips the fabric. So we have to basically lift up the entire length before we pull that. So, are you... Here, put my black out there. Got my ivory out there. Ready? Lift the entire length. Pull. Down and flip. Just let it sort of sit. I got plenty left over that way. So I'm gonna give it, of course I grab one that's not done. So here, I'm just gonna do one. Where is my thing? The hardest part's gonna be making sure the black and the ivory are pulled at the exact same time, because you can't see the black.
Yep.
You have to sort of like just grab both with your hand. This is the cheapest part of the whole build, is just this fucking...
It's not bad. I'm surprised it's actually... I didn't expect it to hold at all. I expected the clips just pop off.
No, I did some testing with it.
Put a little grippy on here, which is helping.
Well, yeah, that's, when we 3D printed it, it had texture.
I feel like these, I just didn't think these would have enough grip.
No, these are not nipple clamps. These are not your run-of-the-mill nipple clamps. Okay, I think I've got them all opened. So now,
More of these, stand by.
I'm gonna do this corner, because I don't think it's gonna... Oh yeah, we're getting... I could tell we're pulling it thin. I could actually see the black through the ivory. Now I have an extra bit of enhanced problem because these exist. And oh, I took out all the top screws for these 4 center ones so that I could lower it down even more to tension it.
Take them out.
No, because we got to work around it regardless. Because look, it's going to go here. And then it's just going to go here. And whatever that is, it's doing. And I could work it behind it or ignore it. It might have lumps every one of those. There's only 5 of them, or 6 of them. I'm not super concerned. So I got these 3 first in there. So you can pull against them and I'll see if these move. Oh, make sure you're going over this bit too.
It's fine.
No, because we're going to need to... You don't want to clamp over 4 pieces of fabric.
Okay.
Yeah. This is all going to have to get... Once it's finally up and it doesn't... I have to cut this off, which the last time I cut this stuff on my projection screen, I used a fucking kitchen knife. Because scissors were too hard, and I just tensioned it and slid the knife down the edge of the screen. But then again, I also had a metal screen. I think we keep going. So... I'm going to pause the video now because this is going to get very boring and tedious and my knees hurt and I'm going to complain a lot, so I'll be right back. Actually, we'll do 1 or 2 in time. This one you did already. There. See, I'm pulling just the black and not the other one. Hopefully, with whatever the hell happens with the Dirac, it'll correct for this material being in front of the speaker. And if any speaker can scream through that screen, it's those fucking swans. Okay, lift it up. It's actually getting stuck now. Actually, it's probably better if you do, and then I pull tension against and do my side. So we're not fighting each other, so. I guess it's just gentle nubbers in the background.
Mm-hmm.
It's so.
I can't hear anybody else.
It's so calming. Just having the nubbers. Gently massaging my ear prostate. That's a thing, right? You also have less than me, so they're never going to actually line up. It's important we get this done because he said he'll watch the first season of Castlevania. I'm out of clips. All right, now I'm pausing it. Beeps a lot, then it's on. So we fucked up. We should have taken it off, and while it was just a frame, spun it around 180 degrees, so the top was there, so it would just go on. Which, wow, this is fucking tight now. We tension that to...
Question is, can I hang on it?
You should be able... Honestly, you...
Jesus, you're gonna take the house down.
What was that?
You're flexing the house, bro.
You okay, baby? Okay. The crack fucking goes. How did Zeos die?
The house just starts falling down.
It couldn't handle me. So,
Do this.
all right, you're picking it up, and you're walking over here, and I'm picking up.
Yeah, you walk that way. I'm gonna walk this way. We're gonna rotate.
All right.
You're gonna be on this side. I'm gonna be on that side.
Be careful where you're grabbing it from. Oh God, that sound. Put it down on the carpet thing for a second. I want to change where I'm grabbing. Oh, I fucked up. Hold it. There we go. And this will go. These should be facing openings in the back.
It's fine. You can adjust it. You just need to get it on one, and then you can adjust the rest.
Oh, I'm about to get it on most of them and then adjust it. All right, I'm going.
Grabbing the second one now.
I'm growing. I'm gonna. I'll grab from there and there. Try not to touch the front of the screen too much. I know I haven't had Cheetos in like 14 hours, but I always assume this Cheeto dust. Oh, it's gonna be way dark back here now. All right, one. Oh fuck, that's stabbing me in the thumb. Two. Oh God, lost it.
That's a fucking strain, dude.
Jesus Christ. Is there any?
It looks good. There's no wrinkles in it.
Hold on.
How is that possible?
You be careful when you twist it, like pull back and lift.
I don't see any fucking wrinkles.
That's why spandex is the best fucking material ever. And you notice there's color variations, but only because the lights are different.
Dude, that's tight. It's not bad. A little excess hanging here, but
Nice.
that's fucking holding, dude.
I'll have to straighten up this top bullshit. Oh my God, we're twisting this down real bad. Oh, that glue did not hold at all. Oh, we didn't talk about the glue.
How bad is it twisting?
I could hear it.
I mean, these are here instead of here. Let's just see how it holds up. This is a test.
You know, basically the glue I bought was not crazy glue.
Yeah, but I can tell you what, that shit ain't popping the fuck off of there.
Now my worry is if the glue I bought dries now, 22 hours from now, which is what I fucked up, and I didn't buy crazy glue, I bought Gorilla Glue, but it was little squeeze bottles of Gorilla Glue, and it's like, oh, yeah, it'll be like good in 80 minutes and really dried in 24. How's the bottom feel?
So yeah, the tension.
Bottom feels good.
Yeah, the tension is actually pulling that.
You
I
know,
find a better way to secure that. That's all.
if I pull these back,
Yeah, but there's the tension of the screen is just gonna keep pulling it, and the weight of the screen is gonna keep pulling it forward. So
I don't think that's.
find something to
I gotta get real crazy glue, and I just got a crazy glue like right
You're
there.
gonna take all the screen off, which just took.
No, I mean no, literally, I could do one at a time. Look, I could do this and go twist, crazy glue.
Yeah, but you have to undo all the tension. It's just gonna keep moving it.
I mean, if I undid all the top ones, it would just sort of flap down, and I'd be able to deal with it. Point to, all right, now here's the
My
test.
question is: the aluminum in the center twisting more than aluminum at the edges?
Yes.
Or is it getting a weird thing. in
It's
front?
definitely doing that, but it's such a big screen, I doubt you'd even be able to tell if it was a ½ inch different.
You can see it. But I don't
Oh my
know
God. Ugh.
If you had the screen, if you had it turned on, would you notice it?
That's how I noticed it immediately, was from the front.
I see it bending down the middle and coming back.
Yeah, no, this got pulled over because the glue I bought.
I didn't like your clip on PVC because I didn't see it. How it's going to stop the rotation. Gluing that to PVC even is not great because.
You know, we're actually pulling.
See, what you need to do is, can you idea?
What?
Idea.
Uh-huh.
So the aluminum's right here, right?
What is this shape?
What if you were to twist the aluminum up, right?
And then
Put a bolt through here so the aluminum hits the head of a bolt and stops.
that might. We don't have to do it like twice in the very center.
Yeah, like here and here. Just to
All
keep
right.
the aluminum.
For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to let out as much tension as I can on these and just get them to like just barely holding on.
You still got the weight of the everything on them. It's not going to pop off. These
I'm going to
things
give
are
it
way too tight in here.
give it the half
It's
inch.
going to rotate. It's not going to fix anything else. I say leave it as it is.
Yeah, it's going to bother the shit out of me.
Somewhere. Keeps popping out. It's pissing me off.
Yeah, that's going to actually get cut off.
Eventually.
All right, I'm just going to see, I actually heard it go like creak, like it's letting go of the tension. Just trying to give it, because the weight of the material doesn't weigh anything, you know that.
Yeah, but you want tension on the screen so it doesn't look.
Well, we could always add tension horizontally too. I just want to try to stop.
There's no wrinkles in it.
No, actually, this is tighter than my old screen was. You can feel when you're bouncing against it. You know, the part you put in, you actually you grabbed way more material than I was. Still doesn't have any problems.
It's not bad, though.
Well, let's turn on the projector.
You gotta turn these lights on.
Echo, turn off basement lights.
That's gonna be fun to fuck with.
Oh yeah, so this is gonna be, so.
We need to center that though.
Oh, this fucking thing is like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm sure it's gonna look terrible on the thing, and it's gonna still shoot at the 104.
Yeah.
So.
Which was also closer.
What do we have? Can we get numbers? Go full screen.
Oh, turn it up a little bit though so I can hear what the fuck is that.
Is that really what you want? What you really, really want? So tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I wanna.
Oh, it's so small.
God damn. Well, let that thing warm up. So let this warm up for a second. So we just did the tape measure. Exactly 31, what was it? 31 3/4 from that bolt to that eye hook to that bolt to that eye hook. So it's centered. It looks level now. The projector looks slightly unlevel, but that's because it was matching the screen, which is sitting on a rack, which wasn't exactly accurate. So that's what the 104 inch. Go stand next to that so you'll have a scale, because they don't grasp. No, you know for yourself you can't grasp this. Go stand in front of it. Actually, we're definitely not gonna be able to see you. Just move. There's a normal 5'11.5" human male, and that's 104 inch. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to lens shift to the left. Then I'm going to lens shift up. That's the wrong way. And then I'm gonna fuck with the zoom.
Way off though.
Go wah. Try to keep our anime girls in focus. And then we're gonna go back up. I can't.
I'm good at getting this like.
I'll let you have at it when I'm done. I'm just trying to like. I don't know if we're not zoomed in enough and to go in more.
No.
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
Because you're hitting the wall on this side.
That's it. That's it.
Bottom's a little.
Go take a walk. Wallpaper available in the description. Zeos, make sure you got this girl shooting the gun available in the description. Yeah, I'll see it. And there's a little bit sticking off the thing there. Well, that's going to be the projector being leveled, which is going to involve.
Yeah, so, alright. So you have some light bleed on the bottom corner?
I mean, look, the thing like rocks pretty easily, so. There. I literally just twisted it, because the projector mount, you know how good that mount is? It hangs from the center of gravity.
You have a fingertip length.
All right, what about the other side?
Check. It's fucking huge.
Is it leaning forward? Because I had thought that the weight of the aluminum in the screen would actually tilt it.
On this side.
What?
Half a fingertip on this side. On the top you have a fingertip, on the bottom nothing. It's a little skewed.
So here's the thing, we have to make this parallel to the screen first and then dicker with it.
Yeah.
But I think we're pretty,
Damn fucking close. Go look at it.
yeah. Let me walk up to it. Let's see how much my hand covers that anime girl's eye.
Huge.
Barely. You know, this is a big... What the hell is that? Oh, the string. New problems. Here's what Zeus looks like. Fucking A. Yeah, no, things like this is going to be a lot of...
Fine-tuning?
It's geometry, because if this screen is leaning forward a little bit, which it might be because a lot of the weight is biased to the front, that means I got to lean that projector back.
Or when you have the table behind it,
No, yeah, it could, but I actually kind of like it since you're sitting below the screen anyway. So if I just take the screen, take the projector, and then just point it up a little bit like that, and now adjust this down, that might fix. You can see the left side looks already more, because it's a matter of either you're twisting the projector or using the lens shift. Once the if the projector could magically be perfectly perpendicular,
maybe a little bit on the floor down there.
yeah, the adjustment on something this size is going to be biblical. But we've got a little gap, less than a 1/4 inch, and then like 3/8 of an inch. I'm sorry, not 3/4 of an inch. This side is a little more consistent. It's going to be a lot of twist, and then it's either lens shift versus twisting. That's what we're going to have to do, because that projector is not dead center.
Well, I don't think that adjusting the projector perfectly either. We might, well, the cable's even. We know the cable's going to go off the wall perfectly.
Yeah.
So I guess it would be the projector, I guess.
It's all projector.
Well, could you remount it as much as that would be a pain in the balls?
No, there's no point. Well, I would undo the 2 bolts and put it back up, but it's not needed. It's literally a matter of the biggest problem with this projector, if I have to complain about this Epson, is there's no fucking flat straight surfaces on it. Like where's parallel? Like it kind of looks like
There is not. You can't tell.
it kind of looks like I got to twist it like this a little bit, and then that would mean I have to move this over, and if I move that over,
The flat part is where the lens is.
yeah. And then if I do that, then if I've twisted it into the proper position, and then I got to level it with, because I could just do like that. But it's hanging perfectly from the center of gravity. So the question is, am I leaning it back more and doing it, or am I pushing it forward and then lifting it up? It's a lot of this for hours.
You definitely don't want to hit those metal hooks up top, because that shit is bright.
Yeah, no. Well, they're already too bright just in the black being bled onto them. See, now I'm... All right, basically, we're going to dick with this. But I think I'm done. Other than cutting the edge off. I'll come back when I'm cutting the edges off the thing. What? This is the hardest part, because I need my spotter binoculars, like looking here, or need you going like, no, 1/2 inch here, 3/8. Actually, this...
Which is, I could use
That's
your help.
good.
I could use your help in my fucking place doing this.
It's like when you go to a shooting range and you put a camera way down looking at your target so you don't have to like spotter scope. It's the same thing. Yeah. We've got a little bit of like a 1 pixel bleed over the top. That could be we have to zoom it out, but my God, the mouse cursor is the size of my palm.
So much blue!
Why would you do this to me? All right, we'll be back in a bit once I tidy it up. Okay, so hi everybody. Let me put this light up to more.
More lemons!
So I think this is correct, because some things had to be changed since we're trying to use the swans as a center. Previously, the center DAC, which was this one, was all the way on the rack, and it had an analog output for the subwoofer, which is now there. So I'm like, well, why don't I just bring the digital all the way here, put it here. The problem is I can't use the analog single channel out to that, or it will just be a single channel. I have to get a splitter and make it analog. So I want to keep that digital. So I added another mini DSP Nano Digi so I could tell it that that has left and right are the same signal source, so the digital input plays both mono. So now I've got 2 coaxial digitals running back here. Fucking nubbers. That's Nubbers, by the way. If you've never met Nubbers, if you're on my channel, if you've never been on my live streams, occasionally he shows up. Anyway, so now I have 2 mini DSP Nano Digis. One that's going to break apart the subwoofer section and the center channel section, and then the other one that is designed that you've seen previously that does the things for the biamping and the subwoofer for the front channels. And it's all going to sit in this thing, and I don't have a system yet to hold this screen up, which is why it's not up. We've determined that pulling it from just the center is like a little risky. It's a lot of weight on the ends. It's so long. It's like lifting up a boat. So we need to figure out a way to have it lift up and then click or attach in 2 spots so I won't feel safe with it just sort of hanging there. But yeah, no, so far, I really didn't need an entire thing here for that. I'm just gonna plug in the amps and I think we'll run a test and we'll see how that goes. Morning. Next day, what did we watch yesterday?
Fury Road.
Fury Road, that's right. Mad Max Fury Road and the beginning, first season of Castlevania. Thing is phenomenal. Oh, and don't forget, what's the streamer girl's name that we finally met?
Chicken Wing Candy?
Chicken Wing Candy. Look her up on Twitch if she's not banned. Because holy fuck.
Oh my god.
So I wrote my knife down because you need to sacrifice a human being.
I'm here.
David Mooneyhan. I think it was season 3 runner-up. Made me this for my kitchen, and I'm not going to use it for cutting food. I see you played knivesy spoonsies before. Anyway, I brought this down because when I built my previous screen, trying to cut this with scissors, the excess was just absurdly annoying. Oh, and we've had some things I have to cover before I wield the knife. First of all, center channel, M500s, thoughts?
Amazing.
They don't work as speakers though, right?
Well, no, God no.
They are not speakers. They are the center channel. Like I wouldn't use anything else. Like, oh, I have a $900 triangle center. They said you want to keep the sub or the center, and I'm like, give me the center because it's actually good, but fuck everything. 6 feet apart, 6-foot piece of wood. We had to detach the amps from the subs so that the subs could go closer together because we moved all this apart. They're 13 feet apart, you said?
Yeah,
the speakers?
13, exactly.
That's 13 feet apart to the centers, and the subs were just not working because we made them too wide. So we're trying to adjust for that now. I had to add an extra mini DSP because, did I discuss this yesterday? I don't remember if I did.
I think.
Yeah, because I had to take the SPDIF signal. Now there's 2 SPDIF signals coming from the DDR-C880. One for the whole front end and one for the center and sub combo. Here's the sub DAC. Boom. That whole shit. I love how there's just a table and there's the amplifier for those because there's no more rack. I could put that.
They're monsters.
They don't belong in a home. They don't belong in most people's homes. The end. We adjusted things. We temporarily did some ropes and carabiners which don't match, and I put some eyelets into the ceiling just to lift this up because walking behind there around that was just annoying. How many times did you do that? About 22 times yesterday?
Too many.
Yeah, we should have done this yesterday. But the big problem, the thing that I fucked up, is the glue wasn't crazy glue. The glue was Gorilla Glue. And so none of this dried, so none of this got locked in place. So all of this now is under tension and just twisted. So the whole thing's been twisted. So what's gonna have to get done is I'm gonna have to undo every clip on one side, rotate it back where it's supposed to be, and then I've decided I'm gonna glue but also wedge down every beam. There's a space right here where if I put something there, it shouldn't allow it to twist down. And then that'll stay straight and vertical and it'll be great, and I'll do it on the bottom as well. And that'll be it. But right now, here you're gonna hold this. Oh God, okay, you're gonna wield that. Just, yeah, no, because if we mess this up, this is bad, so you hold that. I'm gonna still leave it.
Keep tension on this.
I'm gonna keep it still a little bit long because I can always tuck it away. I want to go straight across though. So this is starting it, and then you go. Ooh. That's why I use a nice, very sharp, award-winning edge. Because scissors is the worst for cutting spandex. And now I gotta pull this. Because this was hanging around, it looked like a floppy vulva. Is that a thing?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
All right, so there's some extra there. I'm gonna put that in the yard sale, and I'm gonna go here. Yeah, we're pretty solid. I'm just gonna try to start it. Come on. And also try not to stick your knife up when you do that, because you'll cut through the actual material, and then you'll be ordering a whole nother $40 piece of spandex. Give that a pull. That side seemed to cut easier than this. There we go. You gotta get the motion of the ocean. This works with a very sharp kitchen knife, by the way. I do not recommend a dull one. Oh, it's like hippie hair, it's gone. So these are actually good samples. I should put those in the yard sale. See if anyone wants to buy them, so I don't have to buy them from Spandex World. Put this knife the fuck away from anything that you love. And so now at least I know, we know it's stretched, we know it didn't have any wrinkles. Most it'll do is actually shrink a little bit if it gets moist or anything. I did say moist. So now amplifiers moved out, DACs moved out, speakers are still in place. I think they handled the volume we were playing. We were playing quite loud. Yeah, we were playing quite loud.
Things have no issue with the Swabber.
No, the Swans will kill everything that were. I don't even know how. Actually, you know what? I do need to test to see how many volume notches were up. Let's do that now. It should blink when I lower it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 21. So it's 21 up out of 40.
Good God.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 21. Oh, that blinked twice. So it was 22. Yeah, so we leveled everything. We did a very basic, we didn't actually run Dirac, but we used Dirac to generate pink noise. And we leveled it with a handheld, my DU meter. My DBU meter is the old Radio Shack one. DB meter, because there's DB. Obviously these lights are still temporary, and I actually have to have, I can actually mount lights here. That when you lift it up, it has a sensor that knows it's up and then lights the table. Because the table is pretty much going to be permanent. There's really no reason to change it to anything else. Like I don't need stands. I got so much equipment back here that I have to actually work on. I got hide secret guns here. Just boom, gun wall. We decided with 3 feet from the wall, which I think is fine. Well, I think head space from the screen to there is 16 feet, which makes it about 17 feet to these speakers.
Wait, that was from the screen to the chairs.
Screen to head was
So
16
how far
feet.
to the projector? We didn't do that, did we?
18 or 19 feet.
What did
I don't know. Well, on the one of the things. I don't know where the tape measure is. Don't tell them. Anyway, also you'll notice that these speakers are sort of tilted in. And because I had them forward, and then I was still noticing, like when I was sitting left or right, I was hearing one more than the other. But if I'm sitting on the end, then that left speaker's talking to me directly. So I hear that one more than that one, so that it moves the bias of the center channel to the middle. Oh, God damn it. It's only not going to be a long enough.
From the here, we measured from to here is 16, right? Let's just add from here to here. You're out. You're out of space.
Why are you doing this to me? Well, you could have. Why did you whistle to me? You had.
Get a bigger tape measure. I need.
This is as far as you needed to
I
measure.
don't know where exactly it was.
Here, there, where the human head is. There.
It's like 3 feet.
Yeah, 19 feet, 5 inches.
Over
Okay.
19 feet.
That's perfect. You want to say he said 20? He told me 20. So yeah, and I've raised him up on a little piece of wood to try to get the angle because the table was originally very low, and he nearly died crawling on the floor. Here, hold that. Fiberglass on the floor, and then we raised it up, so now it's just perfectly right here. Anyone speaking on the screen in the right area is just amazing, and it's amazing. It's just amazing. Now he's been trying to yell at me to figure out how to do Atmos down here, and I'm like, I can't do Atmos when I'm doing individual DACs, so he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Speaker boxes in the ceiling, fucking round, fucking in ceilings. Why? Why is it so difficult?
Because I want my own DACs. That's the whole point of my whole theater. So now these speakers got moved sort of into the front. These are the side channels firing this way so that every person could hear because they were directly on the side, which doesn't work anymore. These are not big enough. These need to be, I feel like we're pushing these on some of those scenes.
Back them up 3 feet, the RVs up there.
Why even back them up? They're pretty far back as we are. We're going to do some more experimenting and testing. I realized I do have a pair of speakers in my upstairs closet that are the outdoor Aperions, which have no low end. The problem with those Aperions is they have no low end, but they're very loud, and they have brackets, so I could just bracket them. Yeah. They weren't great speakers to listen to indoors. But for rear channels, like back channels, it may not matter. My only problem is here is gonna be, that's a big thing to put here.
I already told you my plan. You know,
He wants to just put it on the shelf, which is fine. But then we're gonna use that, and that's getting moved. That'll be temporary. I want the more permanent solution. So anyway, I think
permanent later. We just need to hear and see what it sounds like.
I'm
It's called testing. Fuck.
no one talks to me like that. Who talks to Tony Montana like that? Anyway, so that's what we got going on here. I got 2 DACs, 2 mini DSPs. I got 2 more DACs. I got 3 amps. I got 2 subs. I got 2 powered monitors. I got some heresies. This thing, which taking it off, I'll put it down. I should be able to take this off by myself. No, I got this. I got this. I got it. I got it. I got it. I'm gonna have to do it at some point by myself.
Oh, you got it, though.
There we go.
Yeah, you got it. Look at you.
The question is, did it slide? Now, the other thing that I have to concern myself with is if it slides on this, because currently it still just slides. So I need to get some sort of locks here. Because if it moved over enough and I dropped it, it would really hit the heresy, and I would never know, and it's not the heresy over, so that's bad. I obviously want to get rid of the danglies. I have a plan to get rid of those. And yeah, this, so you could see how this is tilted literally like this now. So it actually it can be seen from the seating position. Standing here, not so much. Sitting there, you can. So that has to be done and redone. But the material's perfect. The colors look great. I did also, if you've been keeping up with my shit, the heresies, I had 5.2 decibels off on the horns, and I let them up a little bit more. I think I let them to 3.5. 3.5 down instead of down 5.2. So a little 2 more decibels of horn because there's so much distance now.
Well, I had to keep it with these.
And yeah, no, when we were watching Castlevania, which did it a lot. Castlevania was doing speaking on screen, speaking off screen fully, and then they were speaking on screen and it sounded different because not just because the speakers don't match, because we were quelling the highs on that, and then these are just highs, and I haven't run Dirac. So once we run Dirac, it should help as long as I tweak those so I think those sound the best, and tweak this to make sure this sounds the best, and then do Dirac. But I gotta fix the rears before then. This might be the end of this video. If it's not, I'll include the last bit now because I'm gonna shut it off, and then I'll talk about, you know, sponsors. There's no sponsors, by the way. I wish it was sponsored by SpandexWorld.com. That'd be amazing. By the way, I just clamped the back speakers up. I clamped them. Well, you wanted to clamp them too, but I was like, let's just clamp them up to the goddamn beams. So links to Irwin clamps in the description. And I think I've decided that these side speakers, as much as I want to go passive for just ease of just run a single cable, fuck it. I have Adam T8Vs sitting there doing nothing. So I think I'm going to swap these out with Adam T8Vs. And maybe instead of Swan M300s for the back, instead of the JBLs. It sounds good though.
That sounds good. Fuck.
Sound good. It's big. Go stand next to it again. For scale. Everyone needs to know scale. Because I'm sorry it's off. But I gotta go to bed. It's big. You're only 4'7" though, so it doesn't really show it off. So 2 days later, I disconnected. I fixed the hangers. I made these the hooks with loops, and then these are going to get retracted up with elastic. It's just going to pull it up gently, and then if I want to use it, I just pull it down. It gets caught, and I put it up there. That's a lot easier to put up. I disconnected all the bottom elastics and all the top. I glued this in place because we had that rotation, which shouldn't come back now because I used an entire fucking bottle of actual Gorilla super glue. I can apparently can't call it crazy. So that shouldn't twist anymore, which means we'll have a nice level thing. But I undid it. I took as much tension out of the material as I could. There's only like a 1/2 inch here and a 1/2 inch here. So trying to leave it as free as possible. And then I undid and redid the entire side to let out as much tension as possible. Just trying to let it, because it was very taut, and it doesn't need to be taut. I'd rather be able to tighten it later and not stretch it out prematurely. So that's done. And then I hung, actually I just wedged these moving blankets into the soffit. What the hell is it called? Whatever the hell that part is up there, with some plastic pipes, just holding them in place. That works there. So those are actually being held on basically by the friction of the wall, and that should help with any sort of weird reflections we were catching from this area. I've redone the desk. Where's my light? I had a light. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, there's a light. The light's on the table. Move that amplifier up. So I know this is... reorganized the mini DSP, added some length on some wires. Oh, my speaker amplifiers, which that now has red tape, which I'm going to crop and make it look better. Those running draw about 33 watts a piece when they're just idling, which I did not realize they did that much. So this amp that was never off in my apartment was drawing like 30 watts. And so now there is a Casa Smart switch on it, which was on all three of them. It's broken out to go amp, 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 and these Swan speakers are also turned off when not in use. I cropped the wood a little shorter. There's the DAC for the subwoofer. I'm going to end up putting the VU meters back somewhere, just not where you think. I might do them vertically on the sides. I would have to just extend the USB connection up to this. We move those subs closer. And yeah, so right now we're going to pull this down. Actually, I'm wearing a GoPro on my head, and I can't wear another GoPro on my head. It's one of the problems with wearing GoPros on your head. You can only wear one at a time. But I'm going to... All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this GoPro in my mouth and then put the screen down. There we go. Here we go. Oh, chair. Ignore the breathing. Ground center. Okay. I also added some gentle wire clamps there and on the other end to prevent the screen from sliding left and right. I didn't squeeze these too hard because I don't want to damage the cable. I just want to keep that from sliding so it doesn't bang into the speaker when I put it down. And those will be retracted up with elastics, but there you go. I also need to retrim the corners. These are going to probably involve some clips. Actually, you probably get some more extra of the clips and just clip it all back, tuck it away. But yeah, even with taking the tension out of the screen, like as much as I could, still perfectly flat and straight. My word. And then I go, Echo, turn on home theater. And now that goes on. And yeah, we are basically done. The only thing I want to do is I want to either spray paint these black or get some material over it so it doesn't shine as much. Although you really can't notice it since you're sitting so far away. And yeah, tweak things. Oh, and I'm also changing out these clip shoes, which I had that whole argument that I love going with passive because it means just amplifiers in the rack. Oh, the rack turned. I don't know if you guys saw this. I don't know if you saw this either. If you follow me on Instagram, the JBLs are now suspended from the ceiling via Irwin quick grip clamps and balls, because these are just metal rods if they're not balls, and that's catching one of those in your shoulders is bad. Yeah, these have been up there for a couple days, which is, and it made a great improvement. I'm a big fan of the back channels being as high as possible. The side channels I want to still do a doubling of, where this is currently can hit all four people in the face, but I'd like to do another set here that just mirrors that with maybe a delay, and then these back channels will eventually end up left and right of the projector, and then this will be done. But yeah, we rotated this around, we moved it onto the other side of the thing, redid all the wiring for it, so it's a little bit neater. A lot of things got pulled out of this. Let's turn on that amplifier, and then we'll turn this on, and I'll give a little demonstration for the people watching on the live stream. Hi, live stream, how you doing? Oh, great to speak to you. So yeah, we're still a work in progress, but my God, does it look fucking good now. Well, it's done. This is it, the final entry into this video. I decided at some point that I was going to make this a premiere, so you're all watching it live. Zeos is watching it with you. Thank you for any super chats you've thrown at this video to say, holy shit, you're amazing and human being, and I want to be with you all day and night and rub my body. All right, let's not get into it now. I hope someone could like super cut this down, because Lord knows I don't have the mental ability to. Chewbacca, thoughts? Thank you for being here for the ending of this, because she's been part of the whole process. This is mostly for her, because in her old age she can't really see well enough, but the glue correction where I pulled the fabric off and then glued it all has held perfectly. There's actually a little, there's just a little, what is that? What is doing that? So actually we don't need to do, so where is that? Right there? Chewbacca, we're gonna lift the screen up. We're gonna lift it up. This is it, end of the video. I want to film my cat, please. I'm still trying to figure out a way if I can automate this, but this seems to work out pretty well considering the rarity that it should be required. Where was that? That was between the first and second. Oh, it's right here. What is it doing? Oh, it's caught on the, it got some glue stuck on it. I knew I should be careful with the glue. So here, I'll just disconnect this, give it a little pull, disconnect this, give it a little pull. There, it's fixed now. There was something just, but yeah, no, this is as well as I could ever hope this screen to come out. I will give the cable another tighten. I do need a second person here to hold something while I rotate that. I think the cable has stretched slightly. This is it. This is perfect. This was cheap. It was relatively easy to manufacture. I mean, if you have a 3D printer or a firmware 3D printer, it makes it a little bit easier. But, you know, we're using paper clips. I'm just paper clipping the corners at this point. This is just some rope and some hooks. And depending on if you're going in like an actual like theater space, I would have no issue. Like, you might be looking at this going, oh, but Zeos, that's a basement. It's, you know, got painted concrete floors. That's not a real theater. I will put this screen with its material and construction against any professional grade final like solution screen. Any of them at all. It's perfectly transparent. The colors hold up great using the ivory with the black backing. And you can pretty much pick any size you want. We did not get to cut any of this though, so there is a limitation to the height. You could stretch it another few inches, but I wouldn't go farther than that until spandex is available with wider widths than 60. Like 150 inch 235-1 might be your only shot. Like 150 inch 16:9 would not work because you'd have a lot more this way. Where'd she go anyway? But yeah, this is it. Sorry for keeping you fixed on this for, I don't know. I have no idea how long the actual cut is. So I'm gonna estimate 2 hours and 18 minutes. It's probably more like 2 hours and 50 minutes, but I'm gonna say 2 hours and 18 minutes. And it's worked beautifully. It came out as good as I could ever have hoped a giant projection screen could have come out. And I will, I gave the Twitch people the wallpapers that I cropped. I ended up being on the phone with the IRS on hold, and I made 410, that's how long I was on hold. I cropped 410 235-1 anime wallpapers for the background. So if I ever do a review in this space, you'll get to access those. I guess I should probably have a review wallpaper. Did I have one earlier in the videos when I started making this months ago? Don't know. But you saw how it goes up, it goes down, it's the same. I still haven't made these retract. I could just put like a little magnet here and have it hooked just so you can reach underneath to grab it. But right now that is like very low on the totem pole of things required. And I can't wait to actually have guests over, because so far I've only watched one movie when it was still not 100% perfect, and that was Fury Road. And last night I watched the Man from Earth, or The Last Man from Earth. I don't remember. It was a head trip. Anyway, Patreon and Subscribe Star linked in the description. If you like these videos, feel free to support there. For $5, you get to see reviews early, like this one, this absurd one, early. You get to participate in yard sales, which there's not much to sell, except for maybe some of the scraps. I think I'm gonna put some of the scrap material in, so if you wanna bid on it, just to like hold it up in front of your projector to see how it would look, you don't have to go through the process of buying samples. And then here's sound demos, which has nothing to do with sound demos, but I have the new lossless uncompressed sound demos available to patrons, and all the lost, martyred sound demos that were removed from YouTube available. For $10 a month, you get into the private behind-the-scenes Telegram chat where they've been watching me do this forever. And you can ask me any questions you like, just at Zeos Pantera in that chat, which is on Telegram, which is a wonderful chat program, but I obsess. My phone is 95% Telegram, mostly because there's anime on there. Mostly because there's anime titties on there. There's anime titties here too. But that, if you want to join for $10 a month, that's a wonderful group of people. And yeah, Hi-Fi Guides in the Hi-Fi Guides forum. I'll probably have pictures of this on the Hi-Fi Guides. It's spectacular, and I really wish you could grasp the scale. In fact, hold on a second. I got an idea. So now I'm in narrow field of view for this last section, and it takes away the super width, and you could sort of get a much better concept. I can't film with it on my head like this because it'll just make everyone sick. But that should give you a little bit better idea of what's going on. And my God, those are heresies with 12-inch drivers in them. So thank you all for stopping by. I hope you've enjoyed this build. And next time, if I put it on my head, let's see, put it on my head with a narrow. See how bad this is. All right, that's good. How's that? Everyone getting sick? Fantastic. I don't want to kill you all, so I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. Links to parts and patron love, and I'll see you all in, God, I hope it's at least 3 years before I build another screen. Still have to finish the surround sound though. It's gonna get bigger and better.